morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Monday. I'm going to give you guys a full warning this morning. I may need to get up a little, move around sometimes, a little more often than I normally do. Most of you know because I have Discord, but I ended up after Friday in the hospital until part of Saturday. So I had what is happening on this? Sorry, you guys. I had a unplanned medical issue with some cysts that one of them burst, and painful. So yesterday was miserable. I did not have a good day. So I'm hoping that today is better with all of you. So let's see. Also, while I was laid up in bed and I couldn't do anything really much, I figured out a way for all of you. I've gotten some emails over the last couple of days where people are asking if they don't have payment apps, how they can donate to the channel. The channel's struggling right now. So I figured out while I was in bed a way. Freak has it right there in the chat. Anybody with a debit or credit card can now donate to the channel. You don't even have to have a PayPal account. It's a PayPal link, but you can use debit or credit or any card that you have to donate to the channel. It is in the chat with Freak, along with the Revolut link and the Apple Pay link. And so just bear with me today. I might be a little uncomfortable, so I'm gonna try to get through it best I can. Yesterday was just miserable, so I'm just like it was just miserable. It was a miserable day. So I'm really hoping today's a little bit better. If you want to donate to the channel, that's very helpful. We definitely can use all the help we can get, especially since we didn't even have a Saturday. I was going to do a Saturday show to replace Sunday's show that I normally do, which is usually the show that sort of gets the channel through the week. And obviously we weren't going to have one because Sunday was Mother's Day, but I couldn't even do Saturday because I was at the hospital. Do have a funny story about the hospital. That was pretty funny. My nurse didn't tell me his name, so I had no idea what my nurse's name was, and they wanted me to do a urine, obviously, to check all my systems and whatnot. So they did blood work, urine, whatever. And he gives me the cup, and I'm like, all right, I need some water. Can I have some water so I can pee, right? And he's like, oh yeah, let me go check, whatever. Well, we forgot to get his name, so my oldest came with me, and funny story, as soon as we got up to the front, they asked, which one's the patient, me or her? And she called it before we ever got out of the car. She's like, they're gonna ask which one of us is the patient. And I'm like, it's me, it's me, not her. So he doesn't give us the name, and so we're just yelling out names. Bob, no. Joe, no. Sal, no. We didn't know his name. And at one point, the doctor came in. The doctor's name was Sam, right? So I was like, I wonder if the nurse's name is also Sam. Sam? No Sam. Oh, all right. And I turned to my daughter and I go, I need this water to go to the bathroom. I'm about to Karen Read him with my bed that's on wheels. It can't back up, but it could go forward. And he's about to get Karen Read it if he doesn't bring me some water. And my daughter just started dying laughing to the point where she was coughing. So I just turned to her and I was like, do you need some water? And that was it. She almost peed herself laughing. It was pretty funny. At least it was keeping me from distraction of the pain. So it was nice to have that little bit of distraction. And, my kiddo stayed with me until they released me the next morning. So at least I wasn't by myself, which was nice. But at one point they couldn't get a vein on me. They stuck me 3 times, and they stuck me on this side, hit a nerve or something. It hurt. And my daughter's we're all in the room, right? And 2 nurses trying to get it and to get the IV in. And my daughter's like, just picture punching Kieran Reed in the face. I'm like, oh my God. And the nurse started dying laughing. I'm like, I can't. I can't right now. I can't. Like, I can't. I cannot. Like, well, like, I mean, it was unpleasant, but at least we got to the root of what was causing the pain that came out of nowhere, because it was a lot of pain, and it was sharp, and it just kind of came out of nowhere. I'm trying to see if, the judge said that if they needed them before 10 o'clock to look. I'm just trying to look and see if links are sent out. I just sent the link. So thank you, Joy. I know, right? It was a miserable day. But I mean, at least while I was laying in bed yesterday, I figured out a way for people who don't have PayPal or Cash App or Venmo. I figured out a way that they can use just good old debit or credit. So I have solved the problem, y'all. And I put it in the description of this video, and Freak has it in the chat. So you can find it one of those ways. I haven't put it in the ticker or anything yet. I just haven't had time to do anything like that. That takes a little more effort to do all that and change all that. And that makes it longer, Oh, you did, Anna. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. No, I gotta love surprises. Everybody loves a good surprise, dude. Thank you, DJ. Yeah, see, that's the stuff that gets me, Like, while I'm miserable yesterday, she's out there probably having a good old Tito's. Like, obnoxious much. I'm trying to see if they have like an outside of the courthouse thing here going. Not from like any of the crazy channels, but you know what I'm talking about. The regular, like, law and crime, or turn my other screen on here. I didn't even do that yet. I'm just like, is it not plugged in? What is happening? Hold on a second. I don't think it's plugged in, and I don't know why. Oh, McFly. Oh, yes. Here we go. That's why, because it's not plugged in. Let's see. There we go. Oh, God help me. So, you're old and you're in pain when every time you get up or down, you go, oh, God. Like, oh, Freak, can you drop the link for Joy for the debit or credit? It goes through my PayPal account, but you do not need a PayPal account to do it. You can use good old debit or credit or whatever card you want to use. We also have an Apple Pay link now for all of you that asked about Apple Pay. I don't have Apple devices, so that one took me a minute. And thankfully, my PayPal account, my business PayPal account, was the one that like popped up this banner to tell me how to do it. Like, weird. I had no idea that was like even a thing you could do. So I'm techie, but I'm not that kind of techie. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But there is good news. My friend Tracy is coming today. She lives in Texas, but she's going to be up here for work. And so I'm going to get to see her today, which is going to be really fun. So probably 4 or 5 hours from now, she'll be around. So if I do get off early, I'm not going to end the stream. Obviously, I'll just bring my phone with me. So don't you worry. You will still have the entire court day. I'll just bring my phone with me. All right. I don't see. Freak, do you see anything? Does anybody else see any? Okay, I see law and crime. All right, this is outside of the courthouse right now. Hold on. Let's see. We can get here. Share screen. Boop. I've been checking in on Kevin to make sure he's okay. I actually had planned to try to go up and see Kevin on Saturday, and I was going to surprise him, but that didn't work out considering I was at the hospital on Saturday. I was like, aren't we a pair, Kev? Aren't we a pair? Like, but I was going to try to go up there and visit and bring him some ice cream, but Yeah, I sent it. I already sent it. See, I was on top of things this morning. Did you not get it? Tell me you got it. I was on top of things this morning. Did send it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I did. I did. I also sent one to B Tim in case B Tim's around. Thank you, Emma. Oh, don't you worry, because I'll still be here. Imagine that. I will still be here even when the trial is over. There are other trials that are going to happen, and we have plenty of other cases to cover. The Idaho 4 trial starts in August. So that's interesting. We have the Diddy stuff actually starting. They're doing like jury selection on the Diddy stuff. There's quite a bit of cases that are floating around. So don't you worry. And there's a lot of cold cases. There's some older cases that I'd like to continue to cover, especially missing persons cases, because I really do think that we can make a difference. Maybe help, get one of these cases solved. Maybe one person sees the stream that we do on a missing persons case and remembers that time in their life and thinks of something that they might not have thought of before, and maybe that helps. That little piece of information people don't think is significant ends up being significant. Oh my God, you guys see that? There was a bee that was flying. See it? It's a bee flying in front of the camera, long crime camera. Yeah, I know. They really do, though, Anna. The stretches are amazing. They are amazing. But we're going to figure out a way to go to bring Kevin some ice cream. Kevin likes ice cream. Even if we have to wait until he gets home to send it to him, we're going to make sure he gets some ice cream. Ice cream's always good. You know what I mean? Like, let's see. Sorry, I have so many notifications on my phone for no reason. Does anybody get like notifications that they never remember signing up for and they just like take over your phone? Because yeah, that's like what my phone is doing at the moment. Like, yeah, did you see it? Did you see the bee? It was just like just buzzing around. You guys have a see feeling good. I'm just buzzing around like a bee. Like I love that they're just sitting outside the courthouse though. Like I get it. The judge isn't gonna start till 10, but like, I don't know, go down to the buffer zone, dude. Like outside the buffer zone. Show me that's another thing. So the oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that one. Totally forgot about that one. Now there's charges. You're right. You are correct. Well, the court, so these FKR people took, yeah, he's hoping to be home by Tuesday. So we'll see. That's what he's hoping. They are waiting for a second glimpse of her. They are literally are. But so what happened was they sued about the buffer zone, right? And a court said it needs to go back down to the judge, basically. So they called that a win. Ooh, we won. The problem that they're not seeming to grasp is all the judge really has to do is just make the language more narrowly tailored. So they're like, oh, we're one. They're gonna have to change the buffer zone. No, they don't actually have to change the buffer zone at all. They do not have to change the length of the buffer zone. The judge, all she has to do is change the language of the order. So I don't know what they're celebrating exactly. Do they think that they're still going to be allowed to just stand right outside the courthouse? Like that's not going to happen. So yeah, especially since, as we've seen, it's been much quieter and much less of a circus outside the courthouse compared to last year. But also because some of these people have realized she's guilty, that they're just not showing up anymore. They're like, yeah, I'm not wasting, another 6 to 9 weeks of my life screaming with pink pom-poms outside of the courthouse for someone who clearly is guilty. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I mean, any kind of trial is interesting ones to cover. Thank you, Jesse. I use Glamnetic lashes. I cannot do the glue. So for you women out there that do not like glued lashes, I am with you. I do not use glued lashes and will not use glued lashes. These are magnetic. They're called Glamnetic and they're magnetic. And I wait until they're on sale either at like Marshall's for a couple bucks or like Ipsy's blowout sales or FabFitFun's blowout sales, something like that. And so it's just a magnetic eyeliner. You just put like a thick line of the magnetic eyeliner on and then you just press them on and done. Whoop, no glue, no mess. Just regular old magnetic eyeliner. Yeah, they have a couple different kinds, but the Glamnetic ones are the ones that I have always used. They actually have Glamnetic like nails too now, and I heard that they are awesome. But I'm not a fan of like the almond shape, and they don't really do. I do square, and they have like three that are square. So I'm not until they start getting some more. They call them squoval. Until they get more squoval, I don't think I would try those ones. Good morning, Ink. Well, that's exactly it, DJ. That's exactly it. I am better, luck, but yesterday was miserable. I'm not even gonna lie. Yesterday was absolutely miserable. I had a miserable day. I was not anticipating a hospital stay from Friday to Saturday. I was not anticipating random pain that I got, and I was not anticipating having uh, those issues happen right before Mother's Day. So I'm not gonna lie, it was miserable, absolutely miserable. So hopefully today's better. And with you guys always make me laugh, even when I'm miserable. So I can appreciate that. Bree said the buffer zone is empty. Tom even said this morning there's no point in going because you can't see Karen. If she really gave a fuck, she'd go to see them. She would. She would walk past them or go down to them. Yeah, she doesn't care if they can't like make a big fuss right outside. You know what I'm saying? If they can't do it when she's walking in, she doesn't really give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but DJ is absolutely right. The problem is they allow a man who has no idea what a statute or a law is to interpret legal documents for them. Yeah, that's probably like, come on, dude. Stop allowing the sewer turtle to tell you what a legal document means. He has no friggin' idea what he's talking about. And also, he takes his advice from a bunch of unethical lawyers that want to try to get their 5 minutes of fame. So I would say be very careful with what you listen to. When it comes from anybody, and I'm not just talking about the FKR side, I mean from anybody, you should be checking your information no matter who you get it from. I tell my audience all the time, if you've been here before, you know this, check the information. Recheck, double check, quadruple check. Don't just take someone's word for it. Go and check the information yourself. Even my information. Some people can get it wrong, but there are also some people that like to add detail to make it more salacious or to make it more gripping. And they add things as if they're fact when they're not. So I just want you guys to be careful on the things that you take as fact until it's looked into. Because oftentimes people will just say things so that it like makes it sound like they're the only person that knows. It's sad, and I don't agree with it, but I'd rather just give the warning to people than have to keep correcting false information all the time. Yes, magnetic lashes. I like my magnetic. I couldn't do the glue. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a woman, but I do not like the glue. Like I do not. Makes me SMH. Right. A lot of that makes me SMH. Hi Harpo, good morning. It was restful but also miserable, unfortunately. Yes, magnetic. Much better than the glue. I'll tell you that much. They did not show a different shoe. When did the defense mention that? I know that a lot of the FKR people have been screaming from the rooftops it was a different shoe. It's not a different shoe. There's multiple pictures of the shoe. It's the shadow. So the shadow makes it look like the bottom of the sole is black. But if you look in the picture, you can see the white ring around the top, starting the bottom part of the shoe. So you can tell the shadow. Yeah, and where it was found, you know? Yeah, they brought the wrong one. It wasn't that they were saying like it's not his shoe, is that they were supposed to bring the one from 34 Fairview, or the one from the hospital, and they brought one from 34 Fairview, whatever it was. So I don't know. That's a good question, Jesse. I don't know. The one place I actually didn't look was X, to be honest. Like, I was already having a miserable day, and I was not trying to go on X and have my blood pressure rise through the ceiling. So I didn't. So I couldn't tell you. Maybe somebody in chat could probably better tell you, Jesse, than I could about that. I have not, but I have seen them on other people. They look nice, but I've heard they're very expensive. Yeah, it's lighting. The snow reflects 95% of the light. So it's a shadow because they were doing it at night. I looked at opening statements and immediately concluded a hung jury. Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. I saw that email that you sent me, Potluck. I don't know how you could immediately conclude a hung jury on this specifically, because this case, like especially this time around, has been a lot better. And I just don't think that there's a chance it would be a hung jury unless you have a plant on that jury. Boy, they just walked by with a white sweater on, a blue shirt. Literally is in the background. I can't believe people get arrested. Well, that's what they do, is push the limit. They push that limit hard. It's just what they do. They think that because like they won a part of the court case that they could just now do whatever they want. That's not the way it works. It's still has to go back down to the judge, and the judge just can change the language of it. It's not really that big of a deal. Like, who's supposed to see? I'm confused. I don't know. I don't even know this guy's name. I've heard you guys talk about them. I don't know why she's starting at 10 today, JMS. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. Um, I don't know. Right, hold on. Let me switch this one. Whoop. Switch. Whoop. Oh, I gotta take mine down. Sure. Take mine down real quick. One up. Now I can get rid of mine. There we go. Perfect. Less bandwidth on my computer here, so it doesn't. I think what Potluck is talking about is like the civil stuff, right? Was that the civil stuff, Potluck, with delete law? I think that was a while back, but I think I know what you're talking about. Well, that's the problem, right? Is like you don't really want to be hiring people that's legal takes are fucking garbage to begin with. And some of these people have some really garbage legal takes. And it's amazing to me that the problem is people just believe them because they're lawyers or were lawyers. And so people are just like, oh, well, they're lawyers. They know what they're talking about. No, that's not always the case. I'm sorry, not sorry. That is not always the case at all. Some lawyers are garbage at their job. It's unfortunate, but true. I wouldn't hire Timothy Bradel if you paid me money to hire Timothy Bradel. The man is a bold-faced liar, and I am shocked he has not lost his law license. Is that Carl Dougal and Jackie Dougal, I think, coming in? Thank you, JMS. I appreciate it. Hopefully today will be better. I hope. I mean, it's just like icing on the cake because the channel, like, my Sunday show is sort of the show that, at least monetarily wise or donation wise, keeps the channel sort of running on the shitty days of the week. And so we didn't even have that show. So I was going to do a Saturday one and I couldn't because I was at the hospital. So I didn't, I didn't get to do that either. So it's just been a shitty couple days. Hey, Casey. Well, that's the thing. Let's hope that he like puts a sock in it early this morning because we still have Alan Jackson. If he has questioning left for Yuriy, I'm hoping he doesn't have that much, like. So, I mean, we'll find out, right? We'll find out. We'll see if he tries to go backwards. I have a feeling he's going to try to go backwards in his questioning, because now we've had the weekend, right? So the jury may have forgotten some stuff. So what are the chances that Alan Jackson goes backwards in his questioning? You know what I'm saying? He very well could go backwards in his questioning. We'll find out. But if he starts going back to questions he already asked, I really do hope that Hank at least, you know, does some objection. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, we have 2 donations, our very first ones of the stream. Arlene sends $20 and says, "For your insight." Thank you, Arlene. I appreciate you, my friend. Oh, Joy. Joy sends $100. Thank you, Joy. It did work. Thank you so much, Joy. I appreciate you. That's like usually a little bit, like I usually make about that or a little bit like over, maybe 100, 130-ish on like a good stream. So I appreciate that, because we were already missing our Sunday stream. And so that'll help us try to float through this week a little bit. I appreciate it. Thank you, Joy. That was so nice of you. Super, super nice. Thank you, Arlene. Thank you, Joy. I appreciate you guys. It has been a shitty last 3 days. And, you know, you think to yourself, like, there are still good people out there. And that sort of just restores your faith in humanity, you know, that like good people are out there and good people give a shit. And this is why I tell people, like, if there's something going on, don't suffer in silence. You know what I mean? Like, say something, because even though a lot of us are far apart from each other, we can still support one another, whether that's, you know, sending you a soup when you're sick, or a card just to say you're not alone, or if I live nearby to come over and bring a coffee and put a smile on your face. Like, there's always something we can all do to support one another and help one another. So don't suffer in silence. If there's something going on, you know, this is a safe space to come and tell us what's going on, or you can just email me. Everybody knows who's emailed me that I do usually get right back to my emails. Emails are fairly quick. Might take a couple hours sometimes, but I always have answered every person who's ever emailed or DM'd or whatever. It might take me a minute, but I do always answer. And I don't want anybody to suffer in silence by themselves. One of the bailiffs positioning. Yeah, so that's another thing. They put a court officer. You guys made me cry. Now I got... I don't want it's going to make my magnetic lashes come off. Even virtual hugs. Yeah, exactly. Hey, those are just as good. I'm a hugger. I like hugs. We should count the sidebars. Was it one day Anna did, right? Anna, you counted the sidebars. It was so funny. She counted them. And then she was like, all right, I'm sending Elise $1 for every sidebar. And it was like 13 sidebars or something like that. And someone else did it too. It was just wicked funny. She counted every sidebar that day. And that was like I think it was wasn't that pre-trial? Like, that was like not even a whole full court day. That was like pre-trial. And it was. So imagine if there was that many like pre-trial. Oh my God, how many sidebars we've had. We should play the clip just because. Like, just because we haven't seen it in a couple days, and because yesterday was so miserable, like, I think it would make everyone laugh. I think I'm going to play the clip. Play the clip. Clip the clip. Clip. Oh, hey, Parson. There you are. Where have you been? Where have you been? Yeah, they're called sidebars here. We call them sidebars. Sidebar. Take a lottery number for sidebar predictions. Winner gets a ride with Rancid in the snow. Oh my God. I was so mad I couldn't get that water at the hospital the other day. Like, I was like, you want me to pee, so to make sure I don't have like a bladder infection or whatever that was causing the pain. And the nurse like completely forgot to give me the water. So I'm like, he wants to get Karen Reeded with this bed, dude, not bringing me this water. Like, by the way, Bob still never brought the water. I had to go like seek out water myself, but so I appreciate that I had to go seek it out myself, but we named him Bob because we don't know what his name is. We just yelled random names just because he didn't tell us his name. So we're just yelling Bob, James, Sal E. Mander. Like, he was a good sport, though. He was a good guy. There were 2 traveling nurses there. They were both awesome. And I appreciate it. They took very good care of me. The doctor was awesome. The nurses were awesome. And it was a source of entertainment. So they were great sports. There comes Mrs. Reed. Oh, thank you, Joy. I appreciate you. And the clown music. You were telling me that you had the sidebar music stuck in your head. Someone else did too. How funny was that? I love that you put them together because I asked for them because I don't have time. And if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have this entertainment. I appreciate you. First sidebar. We should guess how many sidebars. How many? Ooh. I'm gonna mute that real quick until they figure out what they're doing over there on Law and Crime. We should guess how many sidebars. All right, let's guess. How many sidebars do we get today? All right, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess 14. And I know that's probably a short number, but I feel like it's one of them days. I'm gonna guess 14. I'll put my what the hell? They're still doing it? Dude, these cameramen need to figure out what they're doing over there. That noise. It's a little much. Let's see. Yeah, and the clown show begins. I watch on really cool news here on YouTube. Cool channel, like-minded. Well, that's cool. We missed you though. Hi, Lou. I know. I was looking for Mr. Reed too. I didn't see him, but sucks too because I was going to surprise you guys with a Saturday show instead of Sunday. But since I was at the hospital Friday to Saturday, that was unexpected. I was in a lot of pain though. I don't usually like go to a hospital. Hospitals are not my jam. Usually I'll just like make an appointment with my doctor, call the doctor. But that was like I was in tears with the pain was like bad. So I was like, yeah, this is not normal. I have to go figure out what the hell's going on with me because it was just an unbearable amount of pain and it was not normal. 69 sidebars. That's probably a good one. Lou says 15. Casey says 11. Tyler says 69. Jess says 12. Hillbilly says 9. Jane says 14. I think 14 too, Jane. Brianna says, Jane, they drop her off before the dramatic walk-in. This is dramatic walk-in right here. Leah says 26. Right? They need to get their steps in. Like, pull it together, Law and Crime. Get your shit together, guys. Let's see if it's still... Okay. We unmuted. David Yannetti looks like he's ready to be out. Look at this clown. I cannot. Oh, I'm glad you're so happy to be at your, murder trial, you freaking liar. Yeah, full day. Joy says 10. Harpo says 10. Freak says 9. Same as the number of shots of drinks Karen had on the 28th. Mystic says 50. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, the limo full of trash is right. Like, I don't think so. I don't think that's an option on StreamYard. I think they have like options like that on regular like YouTube do stuff like that. But let me see. Hold on. Let me see if there's something here. Let's see. Edit. Nope. We don't want to do that. Nope. Nope. I don't have. Let's see. Wait. Let's go back to style. Nope. I don't have the options for that, unfortunately. Here's the default theme. Nope, they don't give me those options, unfortunately. I'm looking and I don't see it.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You
Well,
know a
this
lot of the
guy.
trials we cover remind me.
I am muting him real quick. Right, Alba? He's another clown. Like, I mean, yeah, she's going to pay all that money, 37, Bree says. B. Harley says 12. She might, but I think David Yannetti yelled at her. To the ramp, or are they going up the stairs? Some more hopeful than the 20 or more guessers. I say, all right, that's a good one. 16 and a half, because Alessi won't make it that many times. Alessi fell asleep literally the other day, right? Literally sleeping. Like, he was literally sleeping, like, in trial. B. Harley says, I was watching Boundless last night. He pointed out that Mr. Burns just talked about his golf game with interview by the news. Pathetic. Only rich people. Yeah, he literally did. Talked about how he should be playing golf. I'm like, well, wouldn't that be nice to worry only about golf, right? Cool. Like, new contest winners. It could be. Could be. That's exactly what it is, Britt. Ego. Yeah, waving at the news people like, hey, you guys definitely got all those great clips about me. You guys are awesome. At least 12, Elvis said. Jesse says 12. Mob housewife bosses. Kind of is, though. You are right. She washed her hair, so typical. She's yucking up with her fans at her murder trial. It's just insane to me. Like you can't, exactly, DJ. You can't raffle off seats to the courthouse. Like you're like trying to sell public court seats. Like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how anybody thinks that that's like normal behavior. You can't raffle off public courthouse seats. Like, that's insanity to me. There's 337 of you here. So before court starts, do me a favor and hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. Join our amazing community. If you're on X, come on over from Twitter/X to YouTube. Switch on over and get into the live chat. I think you will appreciate that when there's really annoying things happening. And it gets really obnoxious in court, we oftentimes will have some good laughs here in chat. So I suggest you jump on into the live chat. We have found a new way for people who don't have payment apps to be able to donate to the channel, which is super helpful. The channel struggles a little during these longer 8+ hour streams. We're not as big as some of the other channels, so we can use all the help we can get, especially because we didn't have a Sunday show, which is usually our bigger monetary show for the week. So we found a way for people who don't have those things to help out if they want. And so we have a link now that you can use debit, credit, whatever card you want to donate. Freak will put that in the chat for you guys. It is also in the description of the video. It's the last link. We have an Apple Pay link as well. And then we have the good old Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Revolut. For those of you who are out of the country, will also work just like PayPal works. So we have all of those things. And now the link for anybody at all. You don't have to have a PayPal account. It goes to my business PayPal, but you don't have to have a PayPal account to do it. You just click on it and you can use debit or credit and enter whatever amount you want. That's the way it's set up. And we appreciate you guys, because without you, where would we be? Right? Let's make today a funny one. I need you guys' good one-liners. Yeah, I kid you not when I say raffling off them seats. Like, they've done, like, there were at one point, it was 2 seats, I think, that it was like, wasn't it you guys $50 donation per ticket or whatever it was? And then it was supposed to be 2 seats in court with the family. That was the whole like spiel on that, which is so absurd, like, to me, that like you were trying to raffle off public courthouse seats, because if you're not using the seats, you can't sell them. They're public. That means anyone can use them. Like, it's first come, first serve. You can't save. Yeah, it was $50, right? That's what I thought. Like, yeah, insane to me. Like, insane. The pizza party fundraiser for Karen Reach Night was canceled. I wonder why. I got to keep my ear open. Probably because the pizza place realized that they were hosting a murderer. I don't know. Maybe that. I'm guessing. It's possible. Maybe that. Also, if you'd like to get in touch with me, I got to put it. I keep forgetting to put it in the description. But I'll put it in the chat. My email. It's twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. If you're looking to send an email or a message, I always answer them. So, and I'm pretty good with time. Most of you will say I'm pretty decent when it comes to timing. When it comes to emails, I'm not so good when it's X and Facebook. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little slower with those, but emails and Discord, I'm pretty quick. You don't want any of those mental images. Well, that's the thing, right? It's first come, first serve. So how do you raffle off seats to the public in a public trial? Like, yeah, you can't do that. Like, and I do wonder if the court talked to Karen about her cell phone usage during trial, and that's the problem is like the court has to stop them. And I did actually hear I think it was Krowski. Joe Krowski, was it Joe Krowski, I think, was saying on one of I need coffee too, Anna. You're not the only one, my friend. Believe you me. But I am getting a little down to like the nitty-gritty, very, very broke this thing, so I didn't order one. Dude, DoorDash is expensive, dude. Like, you get like a $6 coffee plus, they want their tip and their fees to bring it to you. So yeah. But the court has to do something. But I heard Joe Krowski saying, I can't remember what show it was that he was on, but Joe Krowski was saying, like, the judge has to take control of their courtroom. If they have to be told in front of the jury, they have to be told in front of the jury. Like, judges usually don't allow this shit to keep continuing. Okay, the first time you might tell them to knock it off without the jury there. But if shit keeps happening, then you have to say it in front of the jury. So be it. So be it. Like, that is how you take control of the courtroom. And he was pointing out something very important, which is we haven't seen that from this judge. We have not seen that from this judge. She has not given an outburst to say, knock it off. And the one time that she barely told them she was annoyed with them, she then came back and apologized to the jury for being annoyed. That's not a good look. What are you apologizing for? It is your courtroom. You shouldn't be having to explain to the jury that if you're aggravated and your tone is a certain way, it's your courtroom. You're the judge. There's no reason on planet Earth that I know of that a judge is going to come back and say, well, jury members, if I get aggravated with counsel, no. I do think that will be addressed, Harpo, because I believe that was reported numerous times by numerous people. So I do think that that's something that they will address. They probably won't address it with other people there. You know what I mean? Right? Well, they hired people last time, remember? For crowds from the crowd place. They hired crowds. Sad, but true. Oh, yeah. Shocker. She has about 0 class. You know what I'm saying? I think they will, Ash. And they do get away with a lot of shit. And it gets addressed afterwards. But it's at what point does the judge stop shit in its tracks right then and there? Because like Krowski said, sometimes you just have to say something even if the jury is there, because you have to a good judge takes control of their courtroom. And he was rightfully pointing out that the shenanigans will continue, basically, because our judge hasn't really done anything, I'm going to guess that she did, only because I know that it was brought to the court's attention. So, if they do address it, it's definitely not going to be in front of all of us, though. That's the only thing. The judge has allowed, Deb and Lou, other people hosting the pizza party, and deaths in the family, so they had to cancel it. the judge has just allowed shit to keep going. I have one. I'm just not a hot coffee kind of person. Even in the winter, I'm an iced coffee gal. But I do make some hot coffees in the winter time. But I'm an iced coffee gal. I don't often make hot coffee, but I do have a Keurig. I use it for like hot water, and I use it for hot cocoa. I like hot cocoa. Right? We need us all to not fall asleep. Coffee is very important. As an Italian, I can tell you that Starbucks and similar are insanely expensive. So why don't you buy I have one. Yeah, I have one. I need to get like a iced coffee machine, if that makes sense. Like one that does like strictly, because I mean my Keurig does iced coffee, but it doesn't. You just put ice in the cup, and it, you know what I mean? Like there's coffee pots, fairly cheap ones that do like actual like iced coffee. So I need to do that. A lot of people do like their old school coffee pots. I'm not gonna lie. I've heard that from a lot of people. They like their old school, just let it drip down, like I don't think the angles worked out for it being Yuri. It looked to me like she was doing it to someone in the family seating. Yeah, I mean, it could be the family seating or Yuri. Either way, it was inappropriate. And who found it this morning? One of you guys found it this morning or last night, maybe, and sent it on our Discord that it looks like David Yannetti says something to her. But again, you never really, I mean, Karen can't control herself. It's very clear. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very clear that she cannot control her facial expressions, her behavior. Like that's classic narcissism though. They have no impulse control and they only care about themselves. So they don't really think about the consequences. They think about those after they've already done the thing they're not supposed to do, like I've heard about French presses, but I've actually never attempted to use one. I think I bought one time for like camping. It was like a camping French press, but like I couldn't even get the thing to work right. So I guess it takes some practice. Ooh, ground coffee. Yeah, see, that's what I need. Something that you can cold brew. Well, I do put ice in it, but currently I have to get more. I have to get ice trays. I have 2 little ones, but one is like shaped like there's like 6 ice cubes in one. I got to get regular ice trays. I'm an ice coffee person. But if you just put ice in the Keurig ones, it just waters it down. Like it just tastes like watered down nonsense. So I got to figure a different way out. I couldn't do espresso. Espresso is too much for me. Which new motion? Which one? There's been a couple like motions of like them basically asking for X, Y, or Z person to be notified that they have to come testify. Is there one from this morning? Well, that's the thing. The lawyers can't control her. You know what I mean? The lawyers are not going to be able to control her. She's like yelling at Jackson. If we've all seen it, you know what I mean? We have all seen that. Like, the next day, the judge told her off. It made me realize Karen and Letitia have many similarities. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I don't think we're ever going to see the judge do it in open court, as she should, though. Like, ooh, I can't do black coffee. I think she is trying to get a rise out of them. I don't know how anybody does. Bless your soul if you do black coffee. I cannot do black coffee. I like my coffee sweet, very sweet. I want it to taste like a cupcake. I used to have a grinder for coffee, and it broke on me. But it was cool. I could bring it anywhere with me. It was about this big, and you just crank and it grounds. It was really cool. Yeah, it looked like Yannetti said something quickly. Like, you know what I mean? But again, Yannetti can't control her. Like, with copious amounts of Botox, she controls her facial expressions. Maybe Casey. But tea's good too. Tea's good too. I've never done French press, so I couldn't tell you. There was like a French press thing you brought the stamp that I
All
bought
right, good morning.
for coffee.
I came into 3 motions that
Okay.
I did not
Yeah.
have when I checked email before coming to court today.
Uh-oh.
So I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read
Oh,
them.
I love
So,
those kinds of
Mr.
camping.
Brennan, I'll hear you.
Pack it in, pack it out. I love those kind of
Sure.
things.
Let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the
Exactly, TB2.
other one later.
Introduce
My
additional
motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go into beyond Bowden, delve into third-party inadmissible evidence, those objections are what compelled me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury.
Yep.
And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Buchanan has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or based on the protective orders, that's something that should be done at sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right. Why don't you
Oh,
come up,
for
Mr.
fuck's
Jackson?
sake. Well, we got our first one of the day. Everybody keep a tally mark. We're going to see who's right. Aaron's face on that is priceless. Absolutely priceless. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to, what Hank's point is they're trying to sneak in third-party culprit under the guise of Bowden by the narration of the questions and all the bullshit that they've been doing. Yeah, I did notice that. Like, dude, come on. Like, come on. Anna's guessing 18. And this is number 1. We had number 1 sidebar already. First thing in the morning. Like, it probably is. I really probably need to get myself a coffee. I'm not going to lie. Like, yeah, 2 minutes in. Sunken Grave is guessing 12. That's a good guess, Grave. That's a good guess. I am uncomfortable. I know. Do I look uncomfortable? I am a little uncomfortable. Not going to lie. Yesterday was a shit day. It happens, you know. Hopefully today is better. You can wake up the next day and just hope the next day is better. My guess is also no, Bree. Morning, Whitney. Yes, we are already at sidebar. We all made guesses on how many sidebars we think are going to happen. Make your guess, Whitney. We're already at 1, right? We're at 1. I guessed 14. That's what I guessed. Maybe I underguessed. I don't know. They shouldn't have been, Mystic. They shouldn't have been allowed. He's not going to say it in open court. That's why. If it was addressed. I mean, he might say it at sidebar now, but I don't know. But he's not going to say it in open court. The clip gets me every time, too. Makes me smile. We played it earlier this morning just because, like, I needed a smile. I just needed it. Like, yeah, they're not supposed to. That's another thing. And they've been hinting at it, playing around with it, and it's completely improper. You didn't get in the media drawing again this week? Oh, wah. Wah, wah, wah. That sucks. Should be there early for. Yeah, she said if they need you before 10 to let her know. But apparently these motions just came in. She said she didn't see them this morning. Oh yeah, I also agree. There's probably another one or two before the jury starts as well. Like, thank you, Jesse. I appreciate you. Whitney says 13 or maybe 15. Right? 7 before morning break in 45 minutes. Ah. Yes, good morning, TB2. I mean, she needs to stop giving in to the defense. I need to get my floofy pen out to take stock of how many of these sidebars we have going on here. I'm just going to do tally marks is what I'm going to do. Oh. I wrote sidebars. Put one down. There we go. One. Yeah, so they have to have, yeah, my allergies too. I said that this morning. Oh my God, my allergies already this morning. There is, they have to keep having an officer over near Mr. Burns because he just can't stop glaring at the jury, winking, making faces, having little comments or whatever. So they have stationed someone who was sitting with them last week. And one that was standing near them at some point. So, I mean, Emma says 12. Alma says 18. Oh, yeah. So many objections. Alan Jackson and Alessi love their objections. That's like their favorite thing to do is object, 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 object. It's you know, if you lose, though, when you object too much, which is why Hank kind of doesn't object so much. He doesn't want to look like he's trying to hide any information, you know? Like, yeah, it should be Yuri still, Whitney. You know? I can't. You guys make me laugh. Always. Always. Yep, everybody keep track of their own number. I mean, they're in the chat, so I can always go back and look. But let's see. This is a long freaking sidebar. I said 14. I said 14. I think that's probably going to be under, counting for today, though. I'm going to bet. So total red-faced man doesn't cross Yuri all day. Yes, let's pray. Let's all say a 5-second prayer that he doesn't do that. Ink says 15. Ash says 11. I'm hoping that Alan Jackson's almost done, and I'm going to bet that the judge is probably going to ask him, how much more time does he need? Is it necessary to take another 3 hours with Yuriy Buckenick? I don't think so, because Hank's not going to take that much for cross-examination. He's going to get his points across and be done. Like, of course, Grave. I got you. I got you, my friend. I got you. Thank you for telling me, so now I can know to take a couple notes for you. I gotta go get my book, actually. Hold on. I gotta get my book. I'll take no more sidebars for 500, Alex. We're guessing how many sidebars are going to happen today, Stella. I mean, they're arguing something. That's why. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get my little notebook here. Susie says 11 sidebars. Hey, Scorpio. Not good. I can answer that question for myself and only myself. My yesterday was not good. It was a shitty, shitty day. Yeah, it's a motion. I don't know. As far as we know, this is just the first motion of 3. So I don't know. Not really sure. Yeah, these are some long ass sidebars. Like, yeah, Scorpio, you got to guess how many sidebars you think are going to happen today. We've all taken a guess on how many. Commonwealth put a motion in today titled Commonwealth's motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay under the guise of a Bowden defense, which is what they've been doing. She says 14 too. Scorpio says 14 as well. For all of those of you who are just popping in now while I was in bed miserable, we figured out a way for those of you who have been asking who don't have payment apps to be able to donate. And I went into my PayPal to figure out what I could do. And there is a link that I can make that I created on my business PayPal account. So you can use any credit or debit card you want from anywhere. And so I'll have Freak put the link in chat. And then, of course, we have the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut for those of you all around the world. And we have the Apple Pay link as well. But the new link is a PayPal link. You do not need a PayPal account. You can use any credit or debit and pop in whatever amount you want. So I, had nothing else to do. I read enough. I watched enough TV. Like I was getting bored at that point. And so I figured out how to do that. So for those of you who have asked, you shall receive. There is now an option for anybody to donate. You don't have to have any payment apps. You don't have to have a PayPal. All you got to do is click on the link and then use your debit or credit. We can definitely use all the help we can get. We did not have a Sunday show, which is usually the show that sort of keeps us afloat for the week when we have shittier days during the week. And we're a tiny channel. I checked this morning, still no answer from YouTube yet on my monetization. So I don't know why they're slower than molasses, but they could speed it up. I'd be grateful for that. Of course they're not speeding it up, which is obnoxious. But if you want to hit the like button, the subscribe button, the share button, that's always super helpful too. JMS said changing sidebar number to 10. This long sidebars will cut down the number. You are right. The longer they are. Hey, Trisha. He did not get into the lottery. Joy. I heard this morning, we all were told on the Discord that he passed. Hank said something about Dobbs before. No, Daubert. He said Daubert. If there's a protective order with a witness, he can't come. That too. If there's any of the witnesses that have stay away through the court, then he can't come either. But I was told that he didn't make it onto the pool, like the lottery, whatever it is. So that's apparently why he's not there. Jezebel says 15. Right? This is so long. We always need reminders here. I'm supposed to remember so many things. Sometimes I forget. Hey, Jimbo. Yeah, there's not much to rewind, Trish. It's a lot of just this. I know. Oh my God. Do you notice that too, Anna? How many of them? How many more court officers they have now?
Let's bring in the jury. Will that take a couple of minutes, Paul? Okay, thank you.
All rise, please.
Parents, brothers. Yeah, resting duck face. Resting duck face. It looks like they must have argued 2 or 3. She said she had 3 motions. It looks like they argued all of them up there, or at least 2 of them. How on court record do you do that if you don't even I'm confused. Like, usually you still have to say, like, this is the next one. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't, No, Yuri's not done. He's still got a redirect from Hank. So it's still got to be Yuriy. We don't know if Arca met the May 7th deadline. We haven't heard anything about it. 12 minutes? That sidebar was 12 minutes. That's ridiculous. Like, that is utterly ridiculous. No, we don't know if, no, he was not, Yuriy was not done. He had at least a redirect from Hank, but we don't know if Jackson is done with him. But I think the whole point Hank was making is Jackson can't just get up there and sort of use Bowden as a prerequisite of trying to sneak third-party culprit in. And that's essentially what he's been doing. And it's not acceptable. And Hank shouldn't have to object every 5 minutes to the way he's questioning. But we will be hearing from Yuriy again. I think so. I'm not sure. I know that there's one for Proctor and Michael Proctor's wife, Liz. I keep thinking about them. They have 2 kids, 2 little boys, little kids. It's just shitty. The whole situation is shitty and unfair. Karen's ruined a lot of lives, and so is the sewer turtle, and I really hope that karma bites them right in the ass where it belongs, because I can't see the universe allowing so much destruction and hell for so many people and nothing to be done about it. Like, I just refuse to believe that. And I do know lots of evidence that the sewer turtle does not want out in public that's going to come out in his trial that will make people go, wait a second, huh? All this, he's not stupid enough to put blackmail in writing or wiretap people or any of that shit. They're going to find out real quick that they were wrong, and we tried to warn them. Sorry, it was buffering, so I removed myself and booted myself out to re-put myself back in. Yeah, the jury. Right? Don't you love it? Just kept buffering. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, I kicked myself out and put myself back in because I could see it starting to buffer, and I'm like, what the hell? My internet is fine. I don't know. And I can't wire myself in because my internet is all the way in 2 rooms away from me.
You are unmuted.
Oh, you poor thing. We can always give you the short version of it, Alma, but I know most people want to see it, I agree, Joy. Let's freaking hope so, because there are so many lives, including my own, that have been harmed, forever altered because of these people, the lies that they're willing to tell because they don't want to take responsibility for anything.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I know, right?
Now open. You may be seated.
Self in timeout.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Julie. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be able to happen. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case?
I would have taken that 18 months. You get 15 days of good time
Were you also
per month
able to follow the instructions
here.
and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded.
She would have got like 9 months
Did anyone happen to see, hear,
out of that
or read
18.
anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no.
I find that hard to
Can we
believe.
have Sergeant Buckenick again, please?
Heard anything about this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I find it very hard to believe none of the jurors saw anything, heard anything about the case. Like, I find that extremely hard to believe.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Yeah, they're always late. The judge never even starts on time when they're on time at 9. Now we're at 10. You're going to take your morning break in a half an hour? Like, come on, man. That should have been the morning break. That should have counted as the morning break.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I am.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
A3.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by. It wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again.
Yeah, the
and it
defense
was
pointed
there,
out one
repeating his plow
to him.
route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he
Are
say
they
he
not
first
calling
saw
him?
the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
Paul Lucky.
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it. He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick. Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30, but I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later?
Sounds about right again.
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second to One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant return from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring, yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report, perhaps?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that 3-page report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Literally their job. So you're going to say what? They deleted them? That's where you're going with that? Yeah, because that makes lots of sense. They delete
Thank
the
you.
only things that are going to make Karen look guilty.
I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the ring,
I
from the
love
ring
you.
company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take
Good
your time.
thing nothing happened but a sidebar grave. That's this. We're into like 5 questions maybe. So you didn't miss much. Yeah, it's innuendo. Oh, the investigators deleted it. Not Karen, just the stuff that makes her look guilty. They deleted it, but they're framing her. Make it make sense, dude. Come on, stop it. Nobody's gonna buy that. Jury didn't buy it the first time. They're not buying this. Like, it might be Aruba, but that wouldn't be additional evidence. That's stuff that they already had. So I'm wondering if they have something new. Commonwealth motion to introduce additional evidence of the nature of the defendant and victim's relationship. I'm guessing that has to be some semi-new information because Aruba they already know about. I agree with you here, Joy. She does look like a psychopath. I think John was trying to get the hell out of that relationship, you know. I don't know. Some people might have the Zoom part up. I can't play it. The court has asked people not to reach.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files,
No
there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of
I'll check the
questions
docket for the information.
about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced.
No, don't show his arm. Please don't show his arm. Do not show his arm.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction
Oh,
of what
come
you
on.
saw in terms
His
of the
mother's
condition of Mr.
there.
O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
A dog bite.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Eats that part apart.
What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, that fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Hmm.
Did you see any bruising
Yeah,
from
isn't
the
this
wrist
the
to the
version
shoulder?
where they darkened them?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
God.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons
Imprint.
underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that looks
Court
the skin
officer sitting between
discolored
Karen and the jury.
The abrasions that we see.
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
Exactly, B. Harley.
I see that area, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin.
Yeah, the defense enhanced
Discoloration. You see that discoloration or no?
dark
I
in the
do not.
windows.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you. I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 4:12 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a, had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Reed has been acting up, right? I'm not a medical
You're
person.
also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Yes, Hank can show more pictures.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized, that stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m., that was a false statement, correct?
No,
There's a discrepancy in time there. Yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it
misleading? No, I don't
Did
agree
you
with
take
that.
any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not
Oh
have
my
access
God.
to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually wrote and drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath,
They're assholes, Carolyn.
he did not know that the video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure.
Yeah,
At
semantics
the
again.
time that you, let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
He's trying to say because he didn't know the video existed, they were trying to change the times, which doesn't even make sense because that wouldn't work in their benefit. It would work against them if it was some big conspiracy. So Alan Jackson's an idiot and the jurors are not dumb. I wonder if he just realized that.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I think he just realized it just now by trying to insert that the time is purposely wrong. It would not help them in this conspiracy if that's what it was. I mean, he might have just realized that. So the court officer sitting with Mr. Burns. Yeah.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and we're a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was in fact a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
I'm telling you, we should all get hazard paid for having to listen to Alan
On
Jackson.
August 17th, 2022,
Ridiculous. Yeah,
you were
that
in a group text with the following individuals: Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
Everything is Proctor.
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the name DiCicco, correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buckenick, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with Trooper DiCicco sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
could turn to page 2683, please. Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group, correct?
It possibly appears that way. I really can't. I mean,
Your Honor, with the
Yes.
court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
May I have just a second?
Right, thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
you need this.
It's exhibit FF for ID.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
Okay, so are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
And can you redact it before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Okay.
Exhibit 116.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant, I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
The big story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the
Come on, Law and Crime. Come on. Well, while we're waiting for that, if you guys want to do me a favor and hit the like and the subscribe button. I'm trying to figure out this buffering issue here.
in response to, and going back to the
Oh, nothing really with Jackson. law and crime for some reason always starts to buffer. They start to lose their feet. I don't understand what it is. Like, I do believe that Alan Jackson sounds very desperate. Hold on, guys. We might have to move over. Yeah, Court TV. Here we go.
Thank you. We could bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the multi-page document FF, in response to Trooper Tachiko's photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, or that's what you did.
I don't remember.
Sorry, we're just catching up, guys.
Former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yannetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Yep.
That's what it says.
I don't understand why they wouldn't be asking
There's a
Proctor.
trooper by the
why
name of
you're
Moore,
asking him.
M-O-O-R-E,
I'm confused here.
correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
Fuck's sake.
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes or naked pictures of her on her phone, correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures, for naked pictures through the phone.
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation?
That's
of what
not,
Michael
no
Proctor was
objection.
looking for when he wrote,
He
no
can't
nudes
interpret.
so far?
He did cover this already. He already questioned him about some of
I don't know.
these.
Motorcycles, handbags,
Come on,
their
bro.
shoes, or naked pictures
He's not Michael
of
Proctor.
Miss Karen Reed?
No. I don't know what.
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on.
No, he's not Michael Proctor.
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him
It could have
from
been just a joke.
potentially
Just
looking for
saying.
naked pictures of my client, correct?
Oh,
That's correct.
They find naked pictures
In
all the time.
fact,
Get real.
last week you testified
They clearly were joking.
that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation
Oh, here we go.
with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
Do you stand by your testimony that
Yep.
Michael Proctor
He just did
conducted
that.
himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
He also called her retarded.
This is wild.
Correct?
That is what's written.
You ever seen anything
That's
like
what's
this?
written? That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant.
That's not-
what's written.
He
or
didn't
that's
write it.
what he wrote.
That's what he wrote.
What does it matter how he says it?
And that's
I
what
mean,
you read.
I have no
objection.
memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and
Exactly.
incendiary terms
Speculation.
one could use in modern society.
You
Retarded.
cannot speculate on
Correct?
what he
That is
thought
correct.
or he did.
And in fact,
Stretching.
through your response to that vile phrase, you encouraged it
Oh my
because you
God.
liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a thumbs up?
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I cannot speak for
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledge the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate, correct?
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant
Okay, then.
Fanning, right?
So ask him.
That's
Like,
correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and
me too, Mystic.
the
Me
lead
too.
investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate and he was the case officer.
This thread, text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question.
Oh, here we go.
Did
with
you
the case
ever,
officer
during the course
bullshit.
of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledge the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask it another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I don't know why they're asking him and not Proctor, unless they're not calling him.
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone.
He's got to look at it one way or
using
another.
The authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members.
He's
That's the
supposed
power
to.
that you derive, correct? You
Yeah.
work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of his authority and power?
He has to go through it. So if there's nudes, he's going to see them anyway.
Massachusetts State Police Authority to
I
go
don't know.
through her phone and look for naked pictures of her.
This was,
Sustained.
yep, this is Hank's
Do you believe
problem.
it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
It's going to happen. You're going to see them anyway. For what?
Let me ask it differently.
No, you're not asking it.
Did you
Like,
think his text was appropriate?
yeah, him talking about morals is amazing.
I don't remember reading that text.
As you
So
sit here now, do you think that text is appropriate?
no, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
Oh my God.
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor? A word I
agree.
expect
Joy.
you hold dear.
Deb should have moved him on.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th, 2022,
Common sense says he's going to see them.
you completed a performance
Regardless.
review of Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
Agreed, Bree.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day quarterly annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether
Exactly.
he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
It
And
doesn't.
you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
That's right.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families.
Super rich coming from Alan Jackson.
That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this
That's
is
gonna be
after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her.
I believe it was a joke as
That is
well.
correct.
He's going to come across them whether he's
Is your
looking for them or
statement
not.
in that evaluation true?
Kind of common
or
sense,
false?
yeah?
It was true.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you,
Oh,
correct?
please.
The term proclivities,
You
what does that mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his
Oh,
own comments,
please.
to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's an officer.
aware,
He's going
sir,
to see them
that-
anyway.
He had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? Cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, a 5, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one. October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism.
Yes,
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
during his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism, you said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes,
Competence? Do you
Yeah.
believe he displayed competence?
yes,
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you've put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
that is correct.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right. We uphold the Constitution, and it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
This was not, Sergeant Buchanan, a private text message conversation. This was with his boss.
Still
And
private.
4 or 5 other individuals,
Not a public
one of whom
conversation,
was your boss,
dumbass.
correct?
Correct.
This was a communication intended for and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority, correct?
It was amongst members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone, correct?
It's his job.
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters, including going through Miss Reed's phone?
That is unfortunate he shared that on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face
Oh, please.
in private conversations.
What about you, Mr.
with
Jackson? Do
you and
you?
your colleagues within the unit, he shows a completely different face.
If I was
private face,
Buchanan, I would
correct?
throw a, don't you, Mr. Jackson? Right at him.
You said that you believe that he has a constitutional right,
Yep.
a First Amendment right,
Go ahead.
to
I dare
call
you.
Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper.
Yeah.
To call her retarded? That's your justification?
Isn't that the argument from the sewer turtle that you guys agree
Do
with?
you justify his statement? That
Objection.
vile statement?
I do not know.
Do you think it's appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
Well,
No, I do not.
they're still got First Amendment right. Isn't that what you guys argue? Yeah,
Do
exactly.
you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Mr. Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he
Yeah, he's gonna
serves,
keep going,
correct?
Joey.
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Objection.
Sustained. It's
You're done.
argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't.
You're done. Please don't do that. That's all she has to say. Please don't do that. Move along, sir. Right? You should have used signal next
He
time.
didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? He talked about the First Amendment.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not finished with my question.
He can't
If I could.
interpret.
All right. So
No.
just ask the question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
Yeah.
My question is, did he just say the word? Or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Objection.
We've gone through this. Move on.
Yep.
please.
Over.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
It's on a watch, bro. Yeah, his private phone should have never been a part of this, period. Yeah, who does use Signal? Like,
Your Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
oh, I'm sorry. Is this a sidebar? Oh, it is. Number 2, y'all. Number 2. I have to agree with you on that one, B. Harley. I do believe something creepy is going on because I've never seen a lawyer be so personally offended. And I can't believe he even argued the 1A stuff. Was he going to argue that, Mr. Jackson? Considering that's you guys are like totally like backing the sewer turtle, so you don't find his commentary disgusting and vile, even though he has quote a First Amendment right. You think it's okay? Yeah. Okay. Cool. The pearl clutching. Exactly, Tanja. It's effing disgusting when it comes to Jackson and real rich coming from the guy that lied to the court. Like the jury, as far as I know, every time he does this kind of gets really like annoyed, like that they get annoyed with it and they don't take kindly to it. Like freaking sidebars. Like Grave sends a $20 donation. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. Just checking for anything else real quick. Okay, nope. I don't see anything else. If anybody else wants to make a donation to the channel, we would very much appreciate it. You can also hit the like and subscribe button. We have options such as Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have an Apple Pay link, and now we have a link for all of you who have asked for something who don't use payment apps. We now have a link for that. I have made a link that links to my PayPal business account. So you can just click on it and you can use debit or credit and put in any amount you want. So we will have, it's in the description of the video, as well as we will have Freak put it in the chat for anybody who's in there. And also, I'm also going to say thank you to Anna because she ordered something off my wish list. I don't know what it is yet because I'm not going to look. I'm going to resist the urge to look and see what it is until it comes. But I appreciate you, Anna. Most of you know where to find that. That's in the Discord. He can't testify for Proctor. That's the problem. He can't. Like, I don't understand why the judge is even allowing it. He cannot testify to what Proctor meant, to whether it was a joke or not. He can't. He literally cannot. Like, so I don't understand why the judge is allowing all of the hearsay for Brian Higgins and Michael Proctor. It doesn't make sense. I've never seen anything like it. Like, the day is still young, my friend. I said 14. So I'm not too far from your guess of 12. Right? Scheduling issue in the middle of questions. Like, I'm sorry, but the judge isn't even honest because we know it's not a scheduling issue. It's probably about a witness. But why would you be doing that right now? You can't wait till the end of the day for that? Like, he does sound like a raging lunatic. It's like, why are you so personally offended? You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's rich potluck coming from Alan Jackson that he wants to talk about integrity, honesty.
Why don't we take the morning recess?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Court all rise for the jury.
This judge is going to be the end of me, bro. Like, come on now. Like, This is ridiculous. Yeah, judge in a sidebar, Jackson screaming and yelling. Like, it's so dramatic. The cherry? Where's the cherry? I have a big cherry pillow in my living room, and I have a little sign that has cherries on it because I have a tattoo of a cherry. So, like, you know, where's the cherry? I didn't see the cherry. Where's the cherry? Horrible, nasty chef can still make a perfect meal. He steps over the line when he spits in the food. Yeah, exactly. But it is a show, and I don't, deny that it's probably for Mr. Reed. Let's get that straight, It's utterly ridiculous. It is beyond the limits of the courtroom conduct. I've seen so many court cases, and this is just insane. Like, just absolutely freaking insane. Like, doesn't make any sense to me. Like, right. He berates for the thumbs up to the retarded comment by Yuriy, but has supported the sewer turtle, who calls Mrs. O'Keefe the C word and worse than the R word over and over and over. So you're arguing First Amendment because you don't like what he called your client, but you're totally okay with it when it comes to getting your client off now, aren't you? And then he talks about, does Michael Proctor have one face with the public and one face like privately? Like, I would think that every officer does. Their private lives and personal lives are different. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody who's a professional does, number one. Number two, that's real rich coming from the guy that lied to the court and deleted 100 text messages between him and Arca. And then magically, Dr. Wolf also just magically deleted said text messages while they were using the Signal app. Sorry, not sorry, but I find it extremely rich coming from the biggest liar I've ever seen when it comes to being an attorney. You can be a good attorney without stepping over that line of having to lie blatantly to the judge in the court. And he has clearly stepped over that line numerous times. In my opinion, he should be disbarred. He shouldn't have a license after this trial. He should be ultimately disbarred and never allowed to practice law in Massachusetts under a pro hoc vice ever again. Ever again. Like, ridiculous. Like, I mean, it kind of does, right? Count as like kind of almost like a double sidebar. Like, I mean, why is he? There's no scheduling issue. Like, I don't know why the judge does that. Like, right. I don't know why the judge, I remember the last time when the judge was like dismissing certain jurors, twice she was like, it's a personal issue, not an issue that concerns you. It wasn't a personal issue. Like, it was an issue of the court, of them lying and getting caught or making inappropriate statements, being drunk, and then being dismissed. Like, that is not a personal issue. I'm sorry, but the judge isn't always honest with the jury either. And I don't find that cute. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the jury isn't stupid. So when you act like they're stupid, like, they're not going to appreciate that, Like, exactly. It's not like sister wife bullshit. Like, oh my God, I was waiting for it. I was literally waiting for him to read the C word comment, unless the judge, said, no, we're not going to read that one, something. Like, I was waiting for it. Oh, I'm sure they've said many things privately. Can you give an estimate how long Mr. Burns been getting questioned by? I think since the beginning of the trial, Mr. Burns has known that it's not going well for him. So I think probably every day of the trial thus far, Mr. Burns has been up Ellen Jackson's ass. That's what I would have to bet. Yeah, let's see how long this is, Susie. You are 100% right. Let's see how long it takes them for this, quote, morning break. That's usually supposed to be like 15 minutes, but always ends up being like 40. Never mind the fact that you didn't start court until 10 o'clock. The jury should have been told, like, hey, since we're not starting at 10, there will be no morning break because there's no need for one. You had an hour. Like, I have never seen a court come back in at late in the morning and then also have a morning break. You gave up your morning break when you came in at 10. You don't need it. Like, 2-for-1 special. I love you. I sent all my love to Michael Proctor and his wife on Mother's Day. Liz is a nice person and she doesn't deserve the shit she's going through. And they have 2 little kids, two little boys. They're so cute. And, you know, if you guys want to send well wishes, I suggest you put them in the comments, you know, so they can see your well wishes that you send to them. They deserve to see people that support them as well. No offense, but Michael Proctor was spot on about Karen Reed. That's very clear. He was in a private message. There was no reason that his private messages should have ever even been looked at. Officers are people too. They also have to vent. Okay. Listen, I worked at a prison for the criminally insane. I definitely, vented. You have to. You have to. You cannot bottle all of that up. So for people to disparage him or his work because of a few words, I mean, they were private. He didn't publicly say it. He didn't run around screaming it into the streets. It was unfortunate, but not worth his job. What they did, and this, in my opinion, obviously, but what the state police did, in my opinion, was sort of almost use him as a scapegoat. I don't believe he should have lost his job. The same way I don't believe that Leah Genduso should have lost her job. She was an amazing state police officer, a canine officer with many accolades. And she's a wonderful human being. I know her as a friend, and I'd consider her family at this point. And she's a wonderful human being in general. And I honestly think sometimes the state police should be sticking up for their officers a little more than they do. They are human. You cannot expect them to run around like robots. They're not robots. They have emotions and feelings, and they also make mistakes. Just because you said something other people might not like, but was also spot on, should you lose your career, your job that you were good at? And in Leah's case, had many awards over silly things. And in Leah's case, it was over her testifying against an ex-boyfriend who sold weed. And the Sewer Turtle decided he was going to make a big deal out of it and how they shouldn't have hired her if they knew that she had been with the guy that sold weed. Mind you, weed's now legal in the state of Massachusetts. So you took her job. Well, she ended up resigning, but you tortured her life to the point where she was probably going to be fired anyway. So she resigned and lost her career for what? To say we're the MSP and wag your finger. They were fully aware of the history when they hired her. They can act like they weren't all they want. That was before she was an officer. So are you telling people they shouldn't testify against people, or that they shouldn't try to be an officer and do better with their life? Don't do better with your life. Don't be an officer. I'm sorry, but some of the best officers are actually people who had turned their lives around. Why? Because they know where to look for things that regular people don't. The DEA, the FBI sometimes will use people who have been in the depths of the criminal world and hire them. Why? Because they know where to look. They know how to get things, get information, or where to look for said information to crack a case. We're talking about weed here when it came to Leah. We're talking about words when it came to Michael Proctor. Were these two people's careers worth it? They were thrown out to the wolves for what? For what? For what? For Karen Reed and the Sewer Turtle? The same two people that have destroyed endless amounts of lives and altered endless amounts of lives to save their own hides, to hide their own wrongdoings. I mean, we all have freedom of speech. I have the freedom to say Karen Reed's a psycho murderer, and that is my belief and my opinion. And I also have the freedom to say that the Sewer Turtle is a waste of oxygen and space on this earth. Because that's my opinion and that's my freedom of speech. Should I not have my freedom of speech because it's something someone didn't like? No, but also there's a limit to where freedom of speech goes. And when you're dealing with somebody like the Sewer Turtle, using veiled threats and dog whistles is not freedom of speech. You can't run into a theater and yell fire for a reason. The Supreme Court codified that a long time ago. And this is the equivalent. The things he does are the equivalent. It's using dog whistles to use a mob of online followers to go harass people into oblivion, spread misinformation, lies, and slander, and libel, because it's written as well. to hurt people. There's no other intent. It's to hurt those people. Well, and to put pocket change in his pocket. Yeah, I'd like to hear theirs as well. Their proclivities. They're not relevant to the case. That's the part that really gets me, is whether she's cuckoo bananas or not. I mean, we're talking about the same woman that sat there and said, oh, well, I'm wearing my pajamas and I can't wear my pajamas on Channel 4 while she's being indicted for murder too. All she's worried about is whether Channel 4 is going to see her in her pajamas. I would call that whack job. No, I think anyone would call that whack job. It was private. Yes, it was private. It wasn't public. He wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Do you guys are like, AJ's like, it's not. It was not private. It was private. Whether it was members of the unit or your family members, it was a private text message. It was not publicly shown to the world. It was private. It's just another victim, really. His whole family, though. This affects his entire family. I don't either. Joy, I agree. I don't either. I don't know if that's going to happen, JMS, but I know I have dark humor sometimes too. And I'm like, we're also from Boston, and that's kind of part of the atmosphere here. Leah didn't deserve what happened to her, and neither did Mike Proctor. I mean, we're talking about people who prey on other people. Oh, I'm sure, Yeah, it's the optics, and I think that's the part that gets me the most, is most of this stuff when it comes to the DA's office and the MSP is they care more about optics than they do victims' rights. And I intend on making sure that there is a law put in place that they're no longer allowed to have discretion, that victims' rights are going to have to come first, because clearly the discretion is not being used properly. They care more about the optics of their own offices than they do the victims. And that's got to stop. That has to stop. And I don't care if it takes the next 10 years of my life screaming and yelling from the rooftops in front of the exact building where they go and vote these laws in, and talking to every lawmaker I can and calling their office 5 times a day. I will get a law passed that helps victims' rights when it comes to these situations. So this can never happen ever again. Ever again. My grandmother was a nurse. She definitely vented about stuff. You see a lot of wild things in hospitals, being officers, detectives, working in a prison for the criminally insane. We see a lot of stuff. A lot. Oh, I'm sure. I think the free guy started this through 1A obnoxious frauditors. Do normal people in the States hate police so much? I don't know. I think there are a lot of people that don't like the police, but I think some of that's brought upon by themselves and some of the actions that they have gotten used to doing. They used to be a lot of community policing. They get out of the cars, have conversations with the community. That doesn't happen anymore, at least not in Massachusetts. They don't ever get out of their cruisers. Most of the time is spent in their cruisers, pulling people over for a taillight out they don't even know is out, giving them tickets for ridiculous things. And I think people have found that don't you have something better to do other than write tickets to everyday citizens that can't even afford to put food in their houses, and especially for things like a taillight that you can't even see whether it's out or not. Especially when you have cruisers running around with one taillight or one headlight. I feel like a lot of people are not too happy with the way policing in general is, and I can't blame them, because I do think that there are some things that let's focus on the real crimes and not trying to just hurt everyday citizens just trying to get by in life. People have rejection stickers. Cool. That's great. But they have rejection stickers because they can't afford to fix whatever it is you're demanding that they fix in that vehicle. If they were rich, they'd have it fixed and they'd have a sticker. So a lot of it sort of precludes people because of how much money they make. And that's another problem that I think that we have when it comes to policing, is if you're poor, you're punished a lot more, and with fines and fees that you can't pay, right? Just add a fine and a fee and a ticket. If you're rich, you're not going to have that problem, right? It's not for a lack of wanting your car fixed, is it? No, it's because you don't have the money. There are a lot of things that need to change, and I think people wouldn't be so angry if some of the things like that changed. Yeah, if they had a single piece of evidence of this frame up conspiracy, they don't. They just have a lot of innuendo that I don't think. I mean, again, they knew that the jury didn't buy it in the first trial. I'm not really sure why they're doing it now. You know? I don't think that they will, Katie, this time. I think that Hank has a lot better way of just sort of getting the point across, asking a question, and moving on to the next one. So you remember the point. The defense has a real bad tendency to get tangled in the weeds and lose all their points. Like, all the points got lost in the weeds. You want to argue words and semantics. Alan Jackson could just, say, okay, that's what you understand that word to mean, then we'll go with that. Like, he wants to argue every tiny little thing. It's a little ridiculous. Like, I don't think the jury has appreciated that thus far. From what we know from inside the courtroom, the jury doesn't seem to really appreciate the way Alan Jackson sort of comes at people, And I think the timeline is pretty solid, in my opinion, for there to have been some vast conspiracy where no one has cracked, Exactly, Joy. If they had anything to show a frame up, he wouldn't be spending 45 minutes on nudes and the R word. I mean, come on. And the fact that she had to strike it because it was argumentative, like, that's not going to go well for him. Like, the jury's going to know that, like, even the judge didn't like, that's a no-no. Like, yeah, you don't have to like them, but show them some respect. A lot of them do a very hard job. I worked in the prison, and I know it's a hard job. And, it's dangerous. Hence why if I'm out and I'm buying my coffee and they're in line in front or behind me, I'll buy their coffee. Like, whether it's a firefighter or an EMT, a cop, or a corrections officer, I love Julie Grant. We love Julie. We tell Julie to keep it coming, 8 a.m. Julie Grant has her show 8 a.m. So if you guys are interested in something on Court TV that isn't Vinny and isn't bias, Julie Grant is always for the victims. Always. Like, well, that's the thing. Some of these people who say they hate the cops are the first ones to go call them. Look at the sewer turtle. He's the first one to call them for help. First one. Help me, guys. Help me. This person is outside my house on a public sidewalk. When I took, 100 or more people driving by people's houses, calling them a murderer and standing almost on their front lawn. But this one guy is outside my house on a public sidewalk, and I call the police. That's how much of a hypocrite he is. JLR was outside on a public sidewalk, and he called the cops. But he's got no problem bringing droves of other people to your front yard or business. I mean, how, like, the fact that anybody could still follow that guy knowing that stuff, I don't get it. Like, the man is an entire hypocrite. Like, if you don't think it's okay to be done to you, then you shouldn't think it's okay to be done to anybody else. Period. Like, worked in case unit, all time for 45 years. Everybody get upset with staff and family. Yeah, I could see how that could happen, Carolyn. Definitely. I've seen some of that firsthand. My aunt works at a hospital. Professionals, especially in the medical field, have very dark sense. We do, because we have to sort of like get it out some way. Humor is a defense mechanism to cope with the sadness around them. Same goes for law enforcement. It's funny you say that, because like as we were sitting in the hospital on Friday night into Saturday, I took like a little video and we're like cackling, we're laughing so hard. And I sent it over to my Discord, and I'm like, this is the current situation. I was in so much pain, but my daughter was distracting me, and we were just laughing and laughing and laughing. And like, I was like, this is my way of just dealing with it. Like, it might seem silly to other people, but like, if I don't laugh, I'm going to cry. So like, I had to like get it out one way or another. I don't want to sit there crying in pain. So like, we were just making jokes and laughing. And like, that's what literally got me through the pain. Like, whether it's physical pain or emotional pain, it's the same concept, like, no, it doesn't sound bad, Potluck. You're right. It's different methods, different ways of doing it, I don't think the jury is going to buy Alan Jackson's bullshit. They didn't buy it the first time. I don't think they're going to buy it the second time. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, but brings rolling rallies for people's neighborhood. maybe not. I can relate to Proctor and him wanting to vent. That's for sure. You never know if one of those people on the jury are retired law enforcement, if they've worked in the prison system or in the justice system in general. Like, you never know if one of those people have ever had an experience, even a little bit similar in any job. It's not going to help Ellen Jackson. You just never know what these jury members like have done in their lives or experiences they've had. It all matters, like I have nothing against when I'm doing 95 on the interstate and they ticket me. I don't like it, but I know my speeding subjects me to contact with them doing their job. Yeah. I agree. I'm talking about more like, hey, you're going, 50 and a 45 and they're just being dicks. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of stuff that people are kind of sick of. Like your tail light's out and they give you a $300 ticket. Like, and you didn't even know your tail light was out. Nobody goes around. And then they tell you something ridiculous. Like you're supposed to go like around your car and check. Well, somebody's got to be putting their foot on the pedal. So you're telling me every single day I need to take 2 people out to my vehicle and check my car to see if there's a come on, man. Like Sung Grace said, I'll give you an example. There was a nurse shift change and a patient was beyond medical help and was going to die. The oncoming nurse asks about Mr. Johnson in room 213. The outgoing nurse says, Jesus is in the building. Oh, Jesus. It is like, even my daughter, most of you know she has a terminal illness and like she makes pretty morbid jokes, like, but it's her way of dealing with it, like it's her way of dealing with it. I asked her what she wanted for Christmas. Was it last year or the year before? And she was like, a will to live. And then she just started cackling. Like it was the funniest thing she had ever heard. And I was like, oh, that's morbid. And she just started dying laughing more. Like, obviously she didn't mean that, but like, it's just her way of being witty, being funny. Like, and even though it seems morbid, like it's her way of dealing with what she's dealing with. You know what I mean? He isn't on trial. He is not on trial. And it feels like a lot of these people are on trial, but where's Karen's? You know what I mean? Like, where? Like, you got to make the most out of it. You got to. You saw that video? Yeah. We had to. Like, it's what we had to do. Like, that's just the way I am. Like, it will be lunchtime, and then she'll be breaking for lunch. It's just crazy. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the kind of stuff that pisses people off, Joy, where people are like, no, like, I'm done with this whole, like, policing bullshit where they're not ever getting out of their cars, but they're so quick to, like, I remember one time my aunt met me in a parking lot. She owed me money. I had paid for her car insurance, which was only like $50, but she owed me cash. And I was waiting for her to get out of work. And so it was the parking lot of the, like, doctor's office she worked in, and there was no parking spot. So I was closer to the back where she parks her car. Waiting for her to come out of work. So finally she comes out, we're standing there talking, and it's cold outside. So I'm sitting in my car and she's standing at my passenger side of my car. And this was years and years ago. I don't even have a car anymore, but she was at the passenger side of my car, next in between my car and her car. And she's like leaning through the window, talking to me, and she hands me the money, shows me, and I said, thanks. And we're standing there talking for like another 15 minutes. And all of a sudden a cop pulls in on the other side of me. And he starts asking us a bunch of questions. Like, what are we doing? And I'm like, talking to my aunt. Like, what do you mean? What are we doing? Like, well, you just look a little suspicious. I look suspicious. Well, you're talking in a parking lot. Okay, this is where she works, buddy. Like, he needed to come over and ask us a bunch of questions because my aunt handed me money that she owed me, and he assumed it was some drug deal. My aunt is 30 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, in the way we're talking was so casual, we're still there. Like, we're not hiding, we're not peeking around. Like, the guy was being a jerk in general. And then when he got the answers, he was like, well, I don't know if that makes sense, or I don't know if I like those answers. How do I know she really works there? My aunt looked at him and she went like this, like she saw a badge on. Like, the guy was just being a jerk in general. And that's the kind of policing that, like, people who get a badge all of a sudden think that that badge means that they can do and say whatever they want, no matter if it's against the law or not, because they're a cop. So who's going to tell them? That's the kind of policing people can't stand. And I think they really need to start having some like mental evaluations, some classes about law that they should be forced to take, because I haven't tell you how many times I've actually had to put a cop in his place about the law and my rights or someone else's rights that were trampling all over and didn't care because, well, they have a badge. as if that means something. Yes, you have a badge. You still don't get to trample on my rights. That's not how it works. Like, and that's the kind of policing that piss people off to the point where now it's become a bigger problem, because now there's this sort of blue line of we can do whatever we want because we are the police. We are the law. No, you're not the law. You're supposed to enforce the law, and that includes you. You as the officer also have to follow the law. So those are the kinds of things I think that start to rile people up to the point where it's easy for them to believe that a conspiracy happened here because they came across a cop that was a dick. Listen, I've come across plenty of cops that have been dicks, but I've also come across plenty of cops that were not dicks and who were just doing their job or were just, just being normal. Like, so for every, one bad one, there's one good one. Like, it is what it is. Like, but that doesn't mean like a vast conspiracy had to have happened because you came across a cop that was an asshole or did something corrupt in your life or whatever. That doesn't mean that this is a conspiracy. And that's the problem. People are drawing lines between things that they had happen to them and this specifically. Listen, I have personally dealt with a corrupt cop and corrupt judges and a corrupt system. Okay. Personally dealt with it. And I don't magically, with the evidence, there's no way you can say there was a conspiracy and she was set up. You just cannot. Like, he does. They're allowed to. That's the problem, Emma, is attorneys are allowed to. They're allowed to because they have to try to trip you up, right? The whole point is to try to ask you the same question in different words and trip you up with the answer, right? But the problem becomes when they keep hammering the same thing and they're asking it basically in the same way. That's when the judge should be moving them along, Like, yeah, exactly. It's cope or go insane. It's exactly it. You cope by like making it a morbid, funny, like, but probably inappropriate, or stuff it until you explode. That doesn't make sense. Like, she is a very funny kid. She's a very funny kid. She's very witty. Like, she's very quick with her words. She's very witty, sarcastic, like her mom. Shocker, right? Like, but she is very, very witty. She's a good kid. Well, that's the thing. His actions in the case, like, Yuriy said it, and he's not faltering from what he's saying. Like, the investigation itself, like, they did everything they were supposed to when it came to, like, following where the evidence was leading them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's that. I love the elderly. I love their stories and their wisdom. I love the elderly so much. They have so much wisdom to give, so many amazing like stories and life experiences. I wish more people would like reach out and like go sit with someone in a nursing home that doesn't have any alive family left. Like, I feel like we should start a program for that. I think everybody would get something out of it. Like, you think you're going there to help someone else, and in the long run, one of those more elderly people are actually giving you something you never even knew you needed. Jackson broke me up. He's almost like just a broken record at this point, to be honest. Like, they don't understand what people in those kinds of professional positions do have to go through and hear and experience and see. Like, we see a lot of stuff, a lot of crazy stuff too, like things that you couldn't even make up. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, well, they do. They need to follow the law too. The police have to follow the law too. And sometimes they get stuck in that I'm a cop thing, and they seem to forget that the law applies to everyone equally. She did have a chance. I think she was better in the last trial than she is in this one. and she was still leaning defense, but at least she was like, stopping them and calling them out on stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this time it's even worse. It's even worse. Like, good for her for being a nurse practitioner. That's a lot of schooling. Some nurse practitioners tell me that they're glad they stayed at nurse practitioner instead of moving the step towards doctor. The pay obviously is a big difference, but so many times I've picked a nurse practitioner over seeing a doctor. They just have more bedside manner, in my opinion. My grandmother was a hospice nurse at one point. They are the backbone of healthcare, you need them. I had 2 really great traveling nurses
You are
nonetheless
unmuted.
from Friday to Saturday, and I appreciate them both. One lady's name was Joanne, and she was amazing. And shout out to Joanne for being so gentle with me and just being like a shining bright light that day, because I was
So,
not.
Mr. Jackson, I've considered your argument, and this is
Yeah.
simply the wrong witness, so I'm not permitting that line of testimony.
Good
that,
for your
so.
wife.
All right, I think the jurors are on their way.
Good for her. Yep, a lot. Some PCPs are nurse practitioners. I saw a nurse practitioner and then midwives when I was pregnant with my children. I preferred midwives over the doctors because they stay with you throughout the entire labor and delivery, where a doctor just comes in when that baby's head's ready to poke out. I'd break it for you if I could. If I had a bippity boppity wand, I would just bippity boppity it. John's family deserves better than what they're getting right now. I'll tell you that much. But I do think that if you want to leave a little message for Mike Proctor or his wife, you should do so in the comments.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
They'll see it. She didn't say anything important. It was something stupid. She's asked them to bring the jury in.
I have whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area.
I love that grade.
At some point
My
during the
husband
course
does
of
it
your
too.
investigation,
To make me
you
laugh,
and
I
Michael
need it.
Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes,
Does that sound right?
it does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes, as we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows them from he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right, what are they? Give me the nature of what you've learned.
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame.
Sure.
Yeah, objection.
When did you learn of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge? How'd you learn about it?
There were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics?
of,
the allegations. You used the word allegations, or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Maybe my charger. Hold on.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding.
Or
I
a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings? Were they televised? Did someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
Okay, you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What'd you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, a sidebar? Just freaking wonderful. Wonderful sidebar. There's Peggy. Trying to see Paul. It is such a vast conspiracy, you know? Like, it's 3, but technically, if you want to count the one before lunch, that'd be 4. Like if you count like lunch, like the break, not lunch, the break. Yeah, everyone on trial except Karen Reed, right? So John DePetro is reporting that the jury is attentive, but he didn't see any visible reaction to the line of questioning regarding Proctor. Yeah, everybody's a punching bag. You know what I mean? I'd be annoyed if I was Yuriy as well. It'd be 3 or 4 technically. Carolyn's gonna guess 20. Well, that's the thing. Why repeat a lie on the stand? Like, yeah, not even noon. Like, what the hell? Like, Anna's holding at 18. I'm still holding at 14, but I do feel like they might be less. Could go down to like 10 if they make them super duper long. Maybe even 7 if they're going to keep being long. Because it's almost 12 now. Then they go on a break at 1 from 1 to 2. And then, I don't know. Well, while we're waiting, there's 380 of you total. If you want to do me a favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button, it's super, super helpful. If you want to donate to the channel and help us out, we would really appreciate it. We missed a show on Sunday. It was Mother's Day, and I was going to make up for it on Saturday, but then I was in the hospital. So if you want to donate to the channel and help out the channel, you can do so on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have an Apple Pay link. And now for anybody who doesn't have any of the payment apps, we have a PayPal link that you can just click on and you can use your debit or credit card to donate to the channel. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine being Peggy O'Keefe. I can't. I literally can't. I would have lost my ever-loving mind by now. You know? I don't know how. She's a very strong lady, that's for sure. They do. They're like 30 minutes, like 15, 20 minutes for a sidebar. It's absurd. Like, I mean, at this point, the judge should be like definitely moving Alan Jackson along. Like, Mr. Jackson, like, we don't need another 3 hours on the stand for Yuriy. This is insane. Like, right? One would think that like Yuriy Buckenick is somehow amazing, like has to be the most important witness. Why are we having him answer for Higgins and Proctor? If the defense wants to ask questions about Higgins and Proctor, they can call them themselves. Like, why? I don't understand. That's what the judge should be telling them. Wrong witness to ask to have him speak for them. That's not appropriate. Like, me too, JMS. I don't know what number witness he is, Jesse. I'd have to go back and count, I feel like.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
Your interview along with Michael Proctor with Chris and Julie Albert was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my God. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, hearing about things is hearsay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It's not a
Sergeant?
fact.
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to
You did say final, but he's still asking questions. Isn't that funny?
back to Kenton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction.
Okay.
But
He meant
I'll
you had a
play the
question
first
in that
couple
series.
seconds of it and just establish the foundation first, with the court's permission.
Oh, Jack, you have no idea.
I've just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark, yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark them for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Yeah, the same question. Exactly, Joy. Listen, it's torture, and
Just to
because
establish the
more-
foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now,
Yes, Grave.
the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
No, I did not.
The digital video,
No, you're not, Jesse.
one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but
Okay.
I did
Do you
review
remember
it.
being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD?
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I'd have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sally Port? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door, someone going in and out of the pedestrian door?
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're stating, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video being an internal corridor, looking down a hallway, seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
remember that one?
I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle.
I don't remember that.
You do remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Canton PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel?
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, I'll let the court know. I have no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay,
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
all right. We just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little
questions.
complicated, I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. And this is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Canton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you. Stop. Did you see a car pass in front?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, stop. All right, did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay. Dude, no, you cannot have a moment, sir. You
Thank you,
sound
Your
like
Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same
slithering
GG.
idiot. So this whole Higgins is on the phone at 2:30 in the morning because it must be a vast conspiracy. If he's on, the jury's going to completely.
Before this is played,
confused.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
Yeah, it's a gotcha moment.
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay.
Doesn't look
And
like Canton
describe the
PD.
person that you
Okay.
see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
What?
I'd be
Then what?
speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And that's it for that.
Oh my
Well,
God,
if
he's
we
on
could play
video
the
at
next
a police
video.
station.
By the way, can we agree before
Not
we move
that.
on to this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if he can read the?
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk?
Sunken Grave says the Ego brand
Magic.
products are
Wow.
awesome.
I didn't even know he could do that.
In
Okay.
case anybody wants
Can
to
you read
know.
that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
Right?
The
It's-
timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes,
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
after John's already hit, so I don't know what the
This was
purpose
my
of this
fault.
is.
Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one.
Yeah. Well, then you don't get to go back, in my opinion. Sorry, not sorry.
Mr. Wolk, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sally Port.
Okay, and if
He
you
was
can
on the
tell the
he
jurors
made a
what you
phone
see
call.
in terms of the time and date.
at like 2:30 in the
The
morning.
time is
Oh, no.
1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
There is no point, Mrs. H, to any of this. Yeah, it's Higgins saying exactly what he said.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
And
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
not really. A person, that's all you can say. What if you-
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly.
It's
That's the
it.
best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Kenton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door?
Does
that you
he
guys
go
walk
sell
into?
furniture for your yard for people to sit? I have no
I'd be
furniture.
guessing. I was
Oh.
never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I
They only
don't
sell,
know.
like,
Let's go ahead and play
power
this.
washers and plows. I need outdoor furniture. Ego, you want to sponsor the video?
Okay. And for the final clip. If we could go down to the timestamp and date. A little bigger, Mr. Walk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as, that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. It appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. I have just a moment. Could you pause this, Mr. Wolf?
Damn it. No furnishings. Need outdoor furniture so badly. I have nowhere to sit in my yard because I have no
Can you
outdoor
make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Put them on my wish list maybe one day.
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video.
I agree with you, Joy. There's no point. So you're going to make a point that he's at the police station and makes a phone call at 2:30 that you don't know who it's to.
It is playing.
And make an assertion that he somehow beat up John, left him
Stop.
outside, and then went to the police station.
Now, if you could take a look at
What?
the time now.
Such a stretch. As is the jury, Casey, as
Okay,
is the jury.
What's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
Why don't they call Higgins? I'm
And if you
confused.
Go ahead and go forward.
Right? Like, come on, man. This is a waste of everybody's time. This is such a stretch. This is silly straw level.
Still playing, Mr. Wolf?
Loop de loops. Silly
If you could
straw
take a look
level.
at the time one more time.
Like, come on, bro.
Now it's, you want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the
What about
time,
that?
just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under 6, I believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time,
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
it is not. So it
Sorry.
appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
What?
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much further, much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video.
We don't know if you
That's
flipped
correct,
them.
yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay.
yes.
Let's go ahead and continue.
It's a
playing
million
this.
possibilities. Like, you clipped it. Like, what the? What are
And
you
stop.
pointing to here?
Do you see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
The hell?
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could
Oh my God.
clock the time. Can you see
I
that?
can't with this nonsense.
No, it's really blurry for me.
There we go.
Yes. Now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken. AM.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through.
Absurdity.
Okay.
Right.
Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain. I would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but I'm not certain who that is.
As best you can determine,
Stupid.
does it have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with a
Right?
white stripe around it.
Why wasn't it deleted?
Dark hooded sweatshirt. It should appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins.
Idiot.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same GG device.
God help me. No.
Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please? Or increase the size? What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play
I don't
this
know,
through.
B. Harley. That's a good question. Why they aren't talking about the case and the investigations of this crap, but you're 100% right,
Does
JMS.
it appear
If
from
Harry's
this
deleted it,
video
you know,
that the person has anything in his
smart but
hand?
dumb. We're all smart but stupid.
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand,
Oh,
but
sure.
I really can't tell.
Okay. There should be another video of the rear lock cruiser side. Let's take a look at that. Pause. What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Can we enhance the time, please? What time is that?
It says 1:34:53 in the morning, a.m.
And if you could move the screen over to the individual. Mr. Wolt. Does that appear to be the same person?
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hands up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you
Yeah,
think
it
that
could be an
is?
alien.
It's
Bigfoot.
consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we could move on, please.
Right?
Play that,
So
please.
suspicious. Magical Sally port. It could be a Bigfoot,
I believe
Casey.
there's one more.
Because that's the
video.
place he works. Exactly. Oh my God, what
And Your
nefariousness.
Honor, this one is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
So suspicious.
Commissioner, I'd like
So
to play this
sus.
through.
The only thing sus about this is Alan Jackson himself.
Okay, stop. Do you see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolt, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop. Did it appear as something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this video at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35:08 in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
Yeah. I mean, this is not going to help. I'm so confused. Like, this is the only thing sus about this is why the defense is even reaching with this. This is very weak, extremely weak. Yeah, this is all, he's on camera, but he didn't delete it, but he's a DEA officer at a police station. If he's doing nefarious things like making a phone call, that's their whole point of this video is he made a phone call. Oh no, not a phone call. Not a phone call. I'm sorry, you guys. I have to get up. I gotta stand up. Yeah, this doesn't help them with saying how little snow fell. That's a very good point, Bree. It's a very good point. Wicked smart, Insider Man. Wicked smart. So smart. Where there'd be records. Yeah, I mean, he might have butt dialed me too. Or maybe he was calling his ex-girlfriend whose driveway he was going to plow. He had promised to plow. You know? Just saying.
Pause it, please. Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep in the last few seconds?
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Okay, pause it. You see a person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just, or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen of, in other particulars, of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so
Right.
I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions. It's tough to tell.
But no reason to believe it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No,
Okay.
no.
Let's go ahead and play it. And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
You can say that again, Lisa. It's a delay tactic with the defense. It's always delay. And not for nothing, but this isn't proving anything other than Higgins did what he said he
Pause it.
did.
Where does that individual appear to be now?
Witness number
in the video?
24 is Yuri.
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something, when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
I sometimes will cast to the TV too, but it's kind of a pain in the butt to do it from your phone, Susie. I get it. Yeah, he got his own vehicle and his work vehicle. Oh, no, not that. Exactly what he said he did. No, they don't allow anything for the kids, not even sound. I don't know if they're going to this time, but last time it was nothing at all. They didn't allow anything. I'd be bored if I was the jury too. Literally. I agree with this statement, Scorpio. I'm in pain. I could have skipped some of this BS. You know what I'm
Now,
saying?
has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Exactly. How is this showing Higgins Rim Karen again? And it just kind of bolsters how much snow was out there and how bad it was snowing, even at 1 a.m. when they claimed that was nothing. There was nada.
Do you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
Vision is not photography. That's right. Every time AJ says, "Did you see X?" Yuri says no, because he's watching something else in the frame. Exactly. While we're going through this nonsense, there's 382 of you. Do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We very much need your help, especially because we missed some days this week, Sunday being one of them. I was going to replace it with Saturday, but then I was in the hospital, so I couldn't do that. Unfortunately, had some, yeah, it is painful. Had some health issues that I was not expecting. We now have a link, by the way, for anybody who just wants to do debit or credit. So while I was in bed.
What did you see the person do?
Yesterday, miserable.
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
So I figured out how to do a link for people who just want to pay debit or credit to donate, because people have been asking. So I finally figured it out while I was in bed yesterday. And we will put that in the chat, and it's also in the link in the description of the video. It's the bottom link on the donation options, and you can just click on it. And then it does say PayPal, but you don't have to have a PayPal account. You can use any debit or credit. That's because it goes to my business PayPal account. Yeah, it's a broom. Oh my God, not that. I know. Does this technically count as a sidebar?
And what do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
No.
See him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this case. He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was. So yes, I would consider a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private
No.
get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos. Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior. You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
I'm objecting to this.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions on what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. Do you have any? Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh my God. Come on, man.
I'm gonna have just one more.
Yeah, ordering pizza, listening to it, or checking voicemail, or calling his ex whose driveway he was supposed to plow to tell her it was going to be later than he thought it was when he did it. You know what I'm saying? Right? Inverted video time. I mean, I would have turned it over willingly, my phone, previous to this case, because I have nothing to hide. But now that I know that people,
Jerry, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
oh my effing God. This absolutely counts as a sidebar, so we're playing it.
Do is have the voir dire right now to see what Sergeant Buckenick knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
What the fuck? A voir dire.
May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
I think it is you.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
Just so you have it.
thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about
Samesies, Joy.
accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what was it that you learned
Children.
in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay.
And
Did
they were
you ever
not.
learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may
No,
have
good
had
point,
with
you know.
any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with the
This is why it's in a voir dire.
crazy
Bullshit.
behavior that's been, imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured, the traumatic experiences they had to live through, they have communicated. So I've learned about that. Yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to
Go ahead. In order to.
investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022.
So
That's what you were just describing.
It was after the harassment
Okay.
started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, correct?
shortly.
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January.
Yeah, but this
29.
isn't in front of the jury, so it
You
means
learn about
voir
a
dire.
pre-existing relationship that
This is
may have,
bullshit.
Existed.
Should have been in front of the jury.
Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after.
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within
Which is
that. I don't
normal.
know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023
You know what that hearing is that you put up, Jackson.
Did you see a post, a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the
Second family. Yeah.
Albert family called the Proctor family their second family,
One member.
or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family. Remember that Facebook post?
I don't
Tell me more.
remember seeing that post. I just remember there were like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
That you
Okay,
were
but
saying
you were
was
in court that day.
kids. Alan Jackson.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, for
Okay.
the motion. Yeah.
Leaving aside
nothing.
the photographs that you've talked about, did
Not
you
in front
see
of the jury.
the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
So
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that. So I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
what about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of
Courtney
those?
Proctor's
No.
kids. Oh no.
Have you ever seen a text message between Julie Albert, between
My
Courtney
sister
Proctor
doesn't even know half my friends.
and, it's Courtney
My sister's not going to know half my
Proctor
friends.
and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift
Oh my God.
because you're doing such a great job leading this.
That's not what was said, but okay.
Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which
That's not what was said.
Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning,
No,
if you're gonna
give
us a
it
gift,
to
get the gift for
Elizabeth,
my
which
wife.
is give her a hug.
No
Give
idea.
her. That's not
Are
what
you
he
aware
said.
of a series of text messages between
liar.
among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk
This
about,
isn't-
between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert. This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January
for
29th,
fuck's sake.
so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
No, for Courtney,
I am not aware of those text
This is the
messages.
first you've heard of any of
the
this.
sister.
Of these text messages?
The text messages
Yeah.
that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility,
Oh
that
my
Michael
God.
Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
What?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where
Sir.
he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship.
Why
We're talking
would
about the
you?
relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023.
Right?
Not in
I should have a mic in his ear. Why would you?
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview,
That's it.
and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Can't keep their names straight.
Yeah,
Or
just
who's
want to
doing
know.
what?
Yes.
Like he's a liar and misrepresenting things right here in the courtroom. Come on, man. And the judge knows it too, so why she's not stopping him? Not that it's in front of the jury, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Last couple of questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation, which revealed and was revealed in open court the text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor. Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, "Get it for Elizabeth, or get it for my wife." Were you in court when those were reviewed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed to the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that
Did you
detail.
review that all of these proceedings are televised? Sorry, you know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised now.
You're not aware
I know it streams, but I'm not aware that it's televised.
Okay, streamed. However, whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
And he works a job.
The hearing
Yeah,
in February 2024.
they weren't Proctor's kids. They were saying they were, but they were not.
Referred to as the Fed dump, and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attended there too.
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that
Literally.
federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to?
Yeah, but it's not in front of the jury.
There were three individuals.
It's a
involved in the
voir dire.
Investigation.
So
Yourself,
it doesn't matter.
Lieutenant Tully and Michael
They
Proctor.
can keep it out.
What
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
No.
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final
Other
decision?
than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay.
Yep.
That was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I understand the court's ruling was he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then, and you're not going to let it in, so for our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your voir dire, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. So you have to be back here in 35 minutes. All right. When's the jury coming back, Paul?
Move to 20 off.
All right. Be back here at 25 up. Ready to go.
All rise to the court, please.
Thank God she's not letting any of it in, as it shouldn't. But the problem that I have with that is all part of that has to do with the harassment. You want to let it in? Cool. Let it in. All that stuff that the defense did when it came to the kids. Hold on. When it came to the kids, them using those poster boards saying that it was Michael Proctor's kids, when it in fact was not Michael Proctor's kids, or it was the Albert kids. I can't remember which one it was, but it wasn't either one of those kids. The defense did that. I love how Alan Jackson tried to distance himself from that. Oh, the picture of the kids, as if it wasn't him and his team that brought that up and claimed they were kids that there weren't. Said it was the Albert kids or the Proctor kids, and it wasn't either one. Like, he tries to sort of distance himself from that. Yeah, remember? The sewer turtle went into the bathroom while Yuriy was in there and tried to video record him in the bathroom. I mean, he's not a very smart person, but you would think you would know that you cannot bring cameras into a bathroom. It's a private area. You don't have a right to have it. Like, that's not how it works in bathrooms specifically. So we went in there to harass him into the bathroom. Like, she isn't allowing any of what you just heard, basically. None of what you just heard is anything that she's going to allow in. So Jackson wanted to bring up a picture that he brought in of kids that were not who he claimed they were within a relationship that had nothing to do with anything that he tried to draw between these people. Michael Proctor's 6-degree relationships with his sister, her sister who was friends with Julie Albert, who had used her as a babysitter before, like just a bunch of BS crap that he wants to make insinuations of. Yeah, it seems to think that Ring is wiretapping. It's amazing to me how stupid these people are. Ring can't wiretap. You have the right to have Ring cameras at your home or your business for privacy and safety. You have that. It's a constitutional right to be safe in your person's papers and effects. And that includes having an effing camera. You don't like it? Too bad. Like they should have, but they didn't, Joy. And that's half of the problem. They also should have charged him with all of the blackmail that people stepped forward with the evidence of it in writing. And they have yet to do that. The wiretapping that is in his devices, yet they StreamYard just yeeted me out of my own stream. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I know. It yeeted me. I don't know what just happened. But thank God we were on a break anyway. That's the problem that I have. Why can't they hear about the harassment? Like, you don't let any of that in. You didn't let Jen McCabe talk about it. Like, why? Oh, because they were trying to prove there was some connection between the Proctors and Alberts with these children that weren't who they claimed they were. They claimed those were those children. Those were those children over and over and over and over. And they weren't those children. So, you know, he got it out, but not in front of a jury. So that's not going to help us. You know, I think it needs to come out in front of the jury. Like, I know that it's a damn shame, but there's a lot of things, including the wiretapping, Joy, and the blackmail, and the police have many instances and evidence of it, yet he has yet to be charged. And this is kind of the problem when it comes to him, is they could have charged him with various crimes at this point and have yet to do so, because they've already charged him with 19 felonies. So I think that they feel like these ones are useless. In my opinion, any crime he commits should be charged. It's not useless. It's creating a victim every single time. So why are some victims more important than others? They shouldn't be. Any victim is a victim, no matter who it is. All of the blackmail that he has continued to do throughout the first and second trial of Karen Reed, all of the threats, the threats in person, the threats in writing, and the veiled threats in writing, which are very clearly threats, those would have been easy to charge. Why has he not been charged? You got to wonder. You got to wonder. What do you mean? Can they mention me to Hank? What do you mean? You got to be a little more. That's half my problem, is none of them seem to think there's anything wrong with the stuff that's happening to people. You know, like, come on. Oh yeah, telling them what to do. It's like, bro, are these not high-priced attorneys? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? Just be your own attorney then. Represent your goddamn self. Like, represent your freaking self. Oh, who knows? But that's how sick these people are. You think it's appropriate to be taking pictures of people out in public? How about you let people go about their lives? You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, don't want to stack the charges. It's not about stacking, in my opinion. It's about How many crimes are you going to let one person commit that you don't charge? That just tells the world that if they get enough felonies that you charged them with, that they could just commit a bunch of other little crimes and make victims. And those victims don't matter because you care more about the optics than you do the actual crimes. And that's the biggest problem that I have with this is, and this is what I talked about earlier, is optics seem to be more important to some law enforcement entities or DA's offices than the actual victims. And that bothers the fuck out of me. And like I said, make no mistake, I don't care if it takes the next 10 years of my life. I will talk to every lawmaker 20 times if I have to. I want a law and a bill, and I will push for it until the end of time that protects victims in cases like this and no longer gives discretion to the DA's office or the police on charging. If you commit a crime like that, you are charged. The discretion and the optics versus discretion needs to stop. I don't give a shit what the optics look like. The victims don't give a shit what the optics look like. Commit a crime, you pay the price, period. I don't give a fuck about optics. Like, that's why when they get them on any cases, their counsel judge needs to max them out on every single case they get them on. They won't even cover the not filed cases. Try the strongest cases first. I agree, but at the same time, that, as you know, the judges aren't allowed to just go online and look at the shit that he does. So they only have small pieces of context. And I don't, to be honest, don't think Cosgrove is giving a good painted picture. I've never heard Cosgrove use the words veiled threats and dog whistles. And I think those are two really important things to point out, is that he often uses dog whistles to get a mob of people to do his dirty work for him. But if Cosgrove decided he was going to charge him with the blackmail, it shows his behavior. This is messages back and forth between many victims and many more unknown in his devices. But the ones that I know of at least are at least a half a dozen victims that I have the evidence to. The police have it too. Like, of him literally threatening people with, I'll make you Turtle Boy famous. I will tell people blah, blah, blah. If you don't stop talking about this case, if you don't shut up, if you don't go away, if you don't, that's a threat. That is blackmail. Okay. And some of them are very blunt blackmail. That would show the exact behavior that goes with the rest of this. Like, by leaving that part out and not charging him with that, you're leaving out that entire part of what he does on a regular. Okay. The wiretapping, the using two phones. He wiretaps with one phone when he's on the phone with other people with no permission. That is wiretapping. Why hasn't he been charged? Why hasn't he been charged with the wiretapping of Steve Scanlon? That one's clear. He's charged with one count of wiretapping right now. Dissemination of wiretapping. You know, oh yeah, he wants to just say Proctor as many times as he can, Jennifer. Proctor, 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 Proctor. I'll tell you this. Nobody deserves this shit. And Elizabeth Proctor and Michael Proctor have two small children. Nobody should have to deal with the level of harassment that comes with the mob of maniacs that listen to anything that a sewer turtle tells them. While his entire private life is a dumpster fire. So he goes after every person's private life. But then when anybody says anything about his life, it's, oh, well, that's his private life. But that has nothing to do with anything. But it does. But it does. And I don't feel bad for him. Not even for a second. I saw that his siblings were outed. We already knew their names and whatnot. But like, you know what? Maybe his family will start taking serious the fact that there's been many, many victims of his whose lives have been torn apart. Maybe his family will do the right thing and Section 12 him, even if it's for the 72 hours, because he's clearly mentally unstable. Maybe this will make them realize that you have a very mentally unwell family member that maybe you should do something. Like, oh, you have no idea. I literally, like, call it that. Cool. That's what we'll call it, the McAlbert bill. That's what we want to call it for victims' rights. Cool. But there's so many other victims. Like, the name would be so long because I'd have to insert all victims here. You know what I'm saying? Like, because for me, like, a lot of the stuff that he wasn't charged with pertained to Lindsay, and some of the other stuff he wasn't charged with pertained to other victims. So, I mean, for me, it's like, we're talking about optics. Like, They give a shit. And none of those victims care about what the optics look like. They care about what's been taken from their lives, their reputations, and lies that have been spread about them, harassment, and, very unstable individuals that follow them around. Like, take pictures of them, their children. Like, it's not normal. Victims, especially witnesses, but any victim should be protected from this type of behavior. It is not your First Amendment right to harass a victim. It is not. Like, that's a good question, Trevor, but that's exactly why Brennan made the motion that he made this morning, basically to stop Jackson from inserting all of his comments and trying to testify for people. Yet he keeps doing it. Although at least the judge this morning was sort of stopping him and telling him, but like at the same time, like he's going to keep doing it until the judge like ultimately gets a bigger attitude and tells him that's for the last time she's going to tell him. Like, because I have yet to hear her say, that is the last time, Mr. Jackson, I'm going to tell you. She just keeps allowing it. How come witnesses don't have any? I don't know, B. Harley. That's a fucking good point. I lost more than just my home. But for me, like, there's so many more people other than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. If he went out and said, is it possible that Karen Reed could have deleted the footage? It would have been strike from the record immediately. So for me, it like, you're going to come to the conclusion that MSP or an officer looked at John's phone and looked at the ring. No shit, Sherlock. What are you implying? That they deleted the only footage that would show Karen's crime? Stop it. That is such a stretch. And again, silly straw like levels of loop-de-loops that you want the jury to come to on that, like assertion. I don't think you'll find that a jury is going to come to that assertion that the MSP deleted ring footage that would hurt Karen Reed. Like, I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, just that doesn't even make any logical sense. Real quick, while we're on lunch, can you hit the like button? There's 418 of you across 2 platforms. If you're on X, come on over to the live chat on YouTube. I think you'll find it that you can at least even read it and get a little laugh here and there when it becomes difficult to watch. Because believe you us, it becomes difficult to watch for us too, you know? If you guys want to do me a favor, important message, sorry. If you're trying to get in a donation real quick, this would be the time before I check email to see if there's anything I need to read and thank people for. We have a link now for any of you who don't have the payment apps. People were asking. And now all you have to do is click on the link and then you can use a debit or credit. It is in the first message that Freak just put in the chat. And it's also in the description of the video. It is the last link on all the payment options for donations on the channel description for this video. So now you can just use debit or credit. You don't have to worry about having a payment app or having a PayPal. It's a PayPal link, but it goes to my business PayPal. So you don't have to worry about like having a PayPal to do it. You can do it with any credit or debit. And we have a Apple Pay link as well for people who want to use Apple Pay. Jackson is still crossing Yuriy, and it is freaking painful. I wish a nap sounds really nice. I'm not even going to lie, Grave. It sounds nice, but they're at lunch because, you know, the judge decided to take lunch super freaking early and then do a voir dire of Jackson, having Jackson do this little voir dire of information he wanted let in with Buckenick. And the judge said, no, I'm not letting any of that in. None of it. So glad we got this done. And so now they have like another 15 minutes before they have to come back. The fact that she took lunch this early means, well, they should be going now until the end of the day with no interruptions. So I guess we'll find out, right? Like, we will find out now. Like, yeah, I don't understand why the judge is allowing it be, Harley. It is sort of hearsay. He cannot testify to what Higgins or Proctor thought, or what Higgins or Proctor assumed, or what they meant. So I don't even know why the judge would be allowing him to testify to any of that. There's a couple motions that we had this morning. One specifically was to introduce, it's the Aruba stuff. So we are probably going to hear from either Marietta Sullivan or Laura Sullivan, or both now. So that's just a heads up that that's what's going to happen, is we're going to hear from one or both of the Aruba witnesses now. That was one of those motions was for. And so now I have confirmed that we're probably going to hear from either one or both of the Sullivan sisters about the Aruba trip. So I guess you can get buckled up and ready for that. Although I don't think that they should have to testify again. There's no reason they should have to testify again. They shouldn't have to be put through that. I do understand why Hank wants to now, and it's because they sort of read all of the Higgins text, which sort of like she references it. So now you kind of have to give the jury the information on why she's so upset. What is she harping on so badly that happened in Aruba when they were on vacation? And then it gives the jury context as to she's a freaking lunatic. And from what I understand about Aruba is poor Marietta Sullivan was seriously upset with the way that Karen treated her. All she did was give John a hug, right? They just got there, gave him a hug, huge hug, and then Karen comes around the corner and starts screaming and yelling and acting like a psychopath. And poor Marietta Sullivan is like, who the fuck is this lunatic? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what in the actual hell? And then, of course, at the end of this trip, she offers to try to pay for her room and apologizes. Like, Karen's used to buying her way out, buying her way out of trouble. Utterly ridiculous. Like, yeah, I wouldn't listen to a goddamn word Sue says, no offense. But I don't find her to be a credible person, not even by a long shot. And John DePetro is in there. And he said he could not tell that they weren't looking mad. They weren't looking sad. They were just watching. So I wouldn't put forth anything that Sue O'Connell has to say. She's not a credible human being. She's kind of a bold-faced liar, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't believe Sue either. I don't believe Sue either. He is ridiculous. I agree with the make it stop, but I think he's going to stop soon. They're both beautiful too. I find it funny that Karen had to comment where she was like, that's gross too. Like, both Sullivan sisters are gorgeous, much prettier than Karen Reed. So clearly she was a little bit jealous, and she found them to be a threat because the way she says in the text message, like, oh, she's gross too. Like, we've seen them in the first trial. That's just a bold-faced lie. And so I think also having that into context for the jury will show the jury that, like, oh, wait, she was clearly acting like a jealous lunatic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and yes, I think Hank will fix it in the redirect. Right. But Karen has no kids and isn't married, which she kept repeating over and over. Even though you're in a relationship with someone for 2 years, you consider yourself single with no children. That just doesn't make sense to me. That makes no sense to me. And I do think something's happening between Alan Jackson and Karen Reed, in my opinion, because why is he so personally angry? I've never seen an attorney be more personally angry. And as we know of what they were sort of like acting with each other like last year, I mean, the man's been married like 5 times. It doesn't say a lot about his character. Oh, Ellen, thank you. Ellen sends $10 and little pizza signs. You know what? I might just have pizza for lunch. I kid you not. The day that I went to the hospital, I had gotten myself pizza and I didn't get to eat it. I had to throw it out when I got back the next day. Not happy about it because I had gotten pizza and I was like really excited to eat my pepperoni and onion pizza. And I didn't get to. Not gonna lie. Right? I don't understand it. Like he just never like makes like a cohesive theory or point that goes, no, it is coming in, Joan. It is. One of the Sullivan sisters at least have been contacted. So it's clearly going to be coming in, or they wouldn't have contacted one of them for witness. So it's coming in. I just don't know when they plan on doing it. She was very jealous. That's very clear. But yeah, I just don't know when. I don't know when they're going to have them as witnesses. I just know that they are. So that's all I can tell you right now. I don't blame you. It's very triggering. The gaslighting is a bit much for any one of us who have dealt with narcissists. And I'll tell you, like, being as uncomfortable as I am today anyway, like just physically wise, like I've had to kind of like shut my camera off, stand up, move around a little bit, like reposition myself. And like on top of it, to listen to the gaslighting is like, oh my God, dude, like that's just, you talk about physical pain I have. Then you got to deal with the mental torture of listening to AJ not even make a valid point or not like a cohesive theory that goes together in like a timeline. There is no cohesive timeline theory to the defense's arguments of anything. It's basically just asserting here and there or implying here and there that anyone or everyone could have been in on it, which I told you guys in the first trial. Jury's not going to like a pick one anyone. And here we go with Jackson doing a pick one anyone again. You want to use third-party culprits of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, but you don't even want to question them? It doesn't seem like we're going to hear from Brian Higgins or Michael Proctor. So at least from the line of questioning that I'm hearing from Jackson right now, it seems like the Commonwealth's not going to call them. And it seems like neither is the defense. So what in the actual hell? Like, so how do they, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. You know what I mean? Doesn't really make much sense. There's no cohesive theory here. It's everyone and anyone. Jen McCabe, the experts, the EMTs, the firefighters, very contentious with everyone. There's like 2 witnesses, 2 out of all of them, out of 24, whatever it was, out of 24, there was like 2 that the defense team hasn't been very argumentative with or implying things about. You want the jury to expect that all of those people are in on it? I know you don't think a jury's going to believe that. I don't know if they just know there's no winning for them, or if they're just that desperate that they're willing to just throw everything at the wall, see what they think might stick and might not. Like, they threw everything at the wall the first time. It didn't work. You couldn't get a not guilty. So, right? I don't know how he did, how anybody dealt with Karen Reed. I'll tell you that much. It's funny because all the Sullivan sisters have to do is get up there and tell the truth. That's all they got to do. And it's what they did the first trial, and it's what they'll do again. And what? Karen going to make faces at them, glare at them from across the room, have Mr. Burns and Smithers give resting duck face to them. This is what they look like the whole trial, especially Nathan Reed and Karen. Just resting duck face. Glaring people down, trying to flip the bird. Like, I promise you, they're not afraid of you. You're going to be in prison soon, Karen. Prison, okay? Prison. These are wonderful, down-to-earth, everyday civilians who just had to deal with the likes of you, and unfortunately had the unfortunate timing of being in the same place at the same time with you, because they were on a vacation with somebody like John, who they cared about and loved. John is Laura Sullivan's son's godfather and was friends with Laura Sullivan's son's dad before his untimely suicide. So, I mean, this is like family. John's like family to them, right? And Karen made a fool of herself. with her rage. And now that Jackson wanted to drag all those text messages in, now he sort of screwed himself a little more, because the Commonwealth bringing in the Aruba incident is not going to help Karen Reed. It's going to make her look worse. You know, that's what he acts like, Beho, that he's like emotionally invested in it. You know, like, you get it, girl. I wish I could. You get it. Oh, God, please don't say that. Oh, God, I don't know if I can do Alessi today. If they get to another witness, I can't. I don't think I can. Like, I mean, I think Higgins, like, yeah, he might have thought she was hot, but like, he definitely was trying to figure out exactly what the hell she wanted. Like, that was very clear in those messages that he was trying to figure out exactly what she wanted with him. Like, what was the game here? Like, he clearly knew something was up. Like, I agree with you, Joan. It is a waste of time and a circus. You know, honestly, the Friday into Saturday this week that I spent in the hospital, and yesterday that I sort of spent in bed, and such a miserable day that I had, like, I would have rather do that 10 times over than listen to Alessi. Fact, 100%. And yesterday I was miserable. Like, it was just a terrible day. It was a miserable, awful day. And I would have rather done that 10 times over than listen to Alessi, whether it's a direct or a cross, anyone. You know, like, he could put anybody to sleep. Alan Jackson's more enraging. He's enraging because he's like throwing out these assumptions that he wants the jury to take, that everyone's in on it, and it's just some big conspiracy against his poor client. The problem with that is your poor client can't come across looking like a poor client. She looks like a psychopath. She's making faces. She's doing this, rolling her eyes. She's still doing exactly what the jury didn't like in the first trial, and she knew it, yet here she is again. The only people I have seen do this kind of stuff is like the actually like criminally insane people who are like trying to represent themselves, or they fired 5 attorneys, or they have outbursts in court. Like, those are the people you usually see doing this kind of stuff. So it's not a good look for her. The comments and the you know, rolling of the eyes and the fake flipping of the birds, and, you know, trying to be out of sight. It's not the first time she's done it. Like, and then of course you see these people on X posting pictures of both the judge and Brennan with their middle finger. Problem with that is they're both holding a pen in the other hand. They're both holding a pen in this hand, so they're using this hand to like fix glasses with Hank. With the judge, she's using it sort of to point because she's got this in her other hand. Karen has nothing in her hand. There's no excuse. Like, that in both pictures, both Brennan and the judge have a pen in their hand where their pointer finger is. Okay? So I love them using those pictures, and I'm like, one of these things does not belong. One of these things is not like the other. Like, you know, is he awake today? He was literally, I kid you not, sleeping during a murder trial for his client. He was sleeping the other day. We literally have roll video of Alessi sleeping during a murder trial for his client. Amazing, isn't it? Like, what the hell? Yeah, Russell's on the list for the defense, but on the list. If they call her, they are dumber than I thought. You know? Send Karen down here to Berkshire Mountain, even though it's close, right? If it turns into an island and it floats off into the abyss and she stays on it. Like poo in a gas station toilet. Pretty much. Just leave it there. I bet it will make you giggle, Anna. You know, that might have been it. That might have been his last straw, was her acting like a lunatic over the comment of near Bella's mom's house. And he might have got out of that car and said, you know what, Karen, I'll get a ride home yourself. She backed up. She hit him. She took off. She called him a pervert because she thought he was breaking up with her to go be with someone else, but realistically just didn't want to deal with her psycho ass anymore. It's a very real possibility, you know? Maybe she was too drunk, but either way, you don't back up at 24 miles an hour by accident. So drunk or not, she hit him. I've never heard her say, not once, that she loved John. You're with someone for 2 years. You don't love them? You don't love them. You waste your time for 2 years being with someone you just like. You just like. I do think the kids are up next because there's a reason why Paul had a suit. I do think that the kids were supposed to be next even Friday. So I believe, but see, that's the thing. We won't hear if the kids are next, that means court will end early because we will not hear the kids' testimony. So, yeah, another Sarah Boone. Yeah, geez, she was a nutty one. No, he is going to bring in Aruba. No, he's going to. I know this. They have contacted at least one of the Sullivan sisters as a witness to come in. So it's coming in, I guess. Yeah, that nutty one too. I mean, where do these crazy broads come from? Literally. Like, literally. Like, I do. I remember that show. I remember it. Well, thank you, Carolyn. Exactly, Leon. If she wasn't from a wealthy family, she would have been one of those people that tries to represent herself. She thinks she's much smarter than everyone else, right? It's a narcissism. It's the narcissism. I'm an old soul. So like when I say like I watch shows that were like much older than my time, I mean like I've gone back and watched things from like when my parents were little. And they used to like go back and watch stuff like that too. So I would watch it with them. The dog lady. Yeah. I think like if they call, we do need the laughs on that one. That lady is something else. Nobody's smarter than her in the entire country, guys, than Marie Russell. No one's more qualified than her, she says. I want her to tell that to a jury. I literally want her to tell that to a jury. She'll look ridiculous. Like, well, you got a good gas station, Jimbo. They must be good with cleaning over there. Oh, yeah. They brought up Chloe. But of course, like, nobody's drawing a line between the dog. Like, oh, it was so funny rewatching Marie Russell's Voir dire. Like, if she does that again, oh my God. I think it was a production from Boston. They had it on like GBH or something like that. Just think Karen Reed has ruined lives, people's career, reputation, and ended John's life. She's smug and evil. She must not get away with it. I agree. She belongs behind bars, and so does the sewer turtle. And anyone who helped them, in my opinion, belongs behind bars with them. Anyone who helped spread misinformation they knew was a lie, and I know there's quite a few of those. Anybody who continued helping these two, knowing what they were doing, belong in jail. The people who consistently harassed other people in his name, like for him, people like Cuckoo Altman, like those people belong behind bars. You're shilling for very vile individuals, and you become that sort of vile individual and you take that on as an identity yourself. Like, you need some serious psychological help. Some serious. When like half the internet and like half your own quote side has you blocked on the internet because you're so vile. Like, people used to write emails to the sewer turtle about Alvin and how vile they thought she was and how they thought she was hurting the cause, because people would ask questions about the case that just got involved, and she would be like, if you don't read documents, then go fuck yourself, and we don't know what to tell you, you're an idiot. And it would drive people away from the case or wanting to be a part of it. They're like, all right, well, if people are going to be rude like that, then I don't want no part of it. And so people like wrote him so many emails, please block her or something because she's hurting this. Like, so then people on that side just started blocking her. Like, you have to be very mentally unstable to just spend your entire day online harassing other people and trying to like insult other people. It's kind of cuckoo. Like, yeah, the answer was something along the lines of, no, we were dating. Like, what does that mean? Like, that was like along the time that she said that body didn't hit my car. That body? Excuse me, what? Like, what? If the jury gets outraged over Proctor Tech's work, then bring in the kids to remind them John was a person who deserves justice. Yeah, exactly. Also, remind them that John was trying to get out of that relationship and Karen wouldn't leave. And that's what the kids are going to remind him of. Captain Kangaroo! I remember Captain Kangaroo. We were already supposed to be back 5 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God. It's so funny. What did Delaware, New Jersey, and what did Tennessee? The same thing. Arkansas. It's so funny. Hold my beer. Oh, she's such an idiot. Such an idiot, that lady. Marie Russell. Schoolhouse Rock. I remember that one too. Maybe it was 25. I thought it was 25 past, but maybe it was 20 past 10 minutes ago. You know? It does not prove her innocence. And that's the part that, like, the jury has to be like, okay, what does this prove? Nothing. Essentially nothing. Like, yeah, I mean, the fact that people don't understand how basic stuff works in a court case is kind of mind-boggling to me. Like, how can you comment on something you don't even know how it works? And then you expect someone like the sewer turtle to explain to you legal takes when he doesn't even understand it himself? Like, half the words he doesn't understand? Yeah, that's a great freaking idea. You know? Yeah, I don't get that at all either, because the dog having a chip kind of matters, just saying. Like, I look forward to hearing the juror's reaction when Hank brings up that the defense helped write Russell's report. Yeah, I want to see that too, because let's be very clear here. Alessi helped her write that goddamn report. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're right. People do that. Rich people do that. You are right. Let's hope he can get that out. Not sure if he can, though, you know? Sarah Boone couldn't keep track of her live. Just like Karen Reed, Lori Melody Ferris, Lori Richards. I mean, it's in her face. You mean, yeah, it's I can't. A lot of these people, like Criminally Insane, like Cuckoo Bananas, Laurie Vallow, Cuckoo Bananas, like Riches, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're dealing with nutty women. Like, yeah, wouldn't sleep in the same room. That was something new. I was like, wait, what? You had a different bedroom at Meadows? Like, you don't sleep in a bed with someone you love? Though, that's archaic. Like, I'm sorry, what? That doesn't make any sense. You got PBS there? That's awesome. I do. I keep checking in on him every day. I haven't heard from him yet today, but I did hear from him yesterday. He was okay. He was hoping to be home by Tuesday. So we'll see. You know, we'll see. Judge allowing Jackson to narrate a video that's playing. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, exactly. The judge prevents, Brennan from doing the exact same thing she allows the defense to do. It doesn't make sense to me. He shouldn't be narrating anything. He shouldn't be making 15 comments before he asks a question. It should be struck from the record. Like, and then she should say, we're striking that from the record, ask a question. And if he does it again, it should be, Mr. Jackson, this is the last time I'm going to tell you. No more commentary. Ask a question, get an answer, then move on. Like, oh my God, I watched the old Muppet shows on Disney Plus. I used to watch the Muppet Show when I was a kid. I don't know if it was like reruns or what it was, but they used to have the Muppet Show come on. I think it was on Nickelodeon, maybe. It's on Disney Plus now, I think. Is it? Yeah, Disney Plus, I think. I love the Muppet Show. You know what? The other one they don't have out that you can't watch is the cartoon version of the Muppet Show. But I remember watching that when I was a kid too. But I loved the Muppets. Yeah, I mean, he's doing all right as far as I know. I haven't heard from him today, but I don't have any DVDs anymore. I lost some of them in a fire, so I don't really have any DVDs. Brother went to school with Captain Kangaroo's son. That's kind of cool. Maybe. So funny. Do should do. My favorite was a chef. Do should do. Chef. Hilarious. Guy was funny. Polka dot door. Polka dot door. Polkaroo. I did not. I mean, that one I wanna definitely follow some of that trial. That was something I found intriguing with the book that she wrote and all that. US PBS. That's interesting. I'm shocked that you guys get PBS up there in Canada. My other half moved into the spare room. It was because she was now my ex other half. Exactly. Like, what the hell? Like, that's just weird, right? Right? Beaker, slander will not be tolerated, Beaker. God damn it. Like, yeah, I mean, so weird. Separate rooms, like what in the hell? Oh, the Land of the Lost. That was a good one. Like, separate rooms is just so strange to me. Separate beds, separate rooms. Like, no one finds that weird. Like, no one finds that weird. Like, she had a colostomy bag temporarily. As far as what I understand, she had a colostomy bag temporarily for a short period of time, but does not currently have one. Yes, exactly. The chef. Oh, I remember Arthur. I let my little watch Arthur now because we can rewatch it on streaming. Also, she happens to like Rocket Monkeys. That's an early, like 2000, I don't know, somewhere between like 2008, 2010, somewhere around there, cartoon. But she finds the monkeys funny. She's just let it fly. If it don't apply, let it fly. Yeah, PBS is one of those channels that teach your kids. Word World, Sid the Science Kid. My middle 15-year-old, she watched all those. Pinky Barnes, yeah. A lot of those things PBS teaches them a lot. Word Girl, Word World. And my kid watched those and learned quite a bit from it. Is he mad at you? Tell him to chill. Chill, brah. Chill. It's not his thing. Maybe he likes baseball or football, but you happen to like, true crime. Donald Adelson. It did get delayed. We didn't even know when it was going to start as far as the last court date, as far as I knew. Yeah, Corey Richins. Yeah, the children's book. That's what intrigued me about it. She wrote the children's book after he died. So crazy to me. Like, so yeah, separate beds. Like, maybe if you're sharing a twin bed and all you had was 2 twin beds, but then you stuff them together, don't you? I used to play the CD-ROM version computer of Carmen Sandiego, and the game came with a book that was like this thick, and you had to learn all the things about all the different countries and like where she could be hiding. It was crazy, but I did love that game. I'm not gonna lie. Lost in space. I feel like this case makes me feel like we're lost in space. Like, legitimately, like the whole thing makes me feel like we're on Pluto. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're watching a completely different trial than what some of these other people are watching. The stuff that they claim, all right, that they're seeing when it comes to this trial is the complete opposite of what any normal-headed person is actually watching. That's the crazy part to me. That's the absolutely crazy part. Like, let me see here. We are okay. So I don't know. Someone said 1:40. That's 2 minutes from now. Muppet Babies. That was the one. That was the cartoon. Muppet Babies. That's the one that my kids keep asking for, and I'm like, you can get it on DVD in different countries, but like, I can't find it you can't find it to stream anywhere. That's the problem. Might be able to find like 1 or 2 episodes like on YouTube, but that's about it. But I remember watching that when I was a kid, the Muppet Babies. Promoting her book. Yeah, I saw clips of Corey Richins on TV promoting the book. Yes, Joan, exactly. The case is the Twilight Zone. It is. It is. Yeah, phonics. That's how I taught my little Lancelot Link secret chimp. Oh my God. Bloop the monkey. I don't remember that one. letter people. That's awesome. See, that's the stuff. I let my kids watch some of the stuff from when I was kids, and they love it. Like Eureka's Castle. My kids get a kick. My little gets a kick out of Eureka's Castle. Magellan the Dragon, and the otters. I think they're otters. Yeah. Oh, I love Animaniacs. Love Animaniacs. Pinky in the Brain. Pinky and the Brain. I have not seen that one. French cartoons. Well, we used to have Babar and then Madeline. We got those cartoons as kids. What is cable? Yeah, we don't have cable either. It's just streaming. I just have internet. That's hilarious, though. Show me how to use cable. What's cable? You know, I think about my little when she gets older and her not knowing like what it like a telephone, not a cell phone, but like a telephone is, because we don't have house phones anymore. Most people don't have house phones anymore. So my, little doesn't even know what a telephone, regular like house phone is or looks like. But yeah, Babar. A Blob Family, kind of like Flubber. Does anybody remember the movie Flubber? It was a good movie. Clifford, Caillou. I couldn't stand Caillou because he was whiny. He was very whiny. It didn't like Zaboomafoo. That was on my TV yesterday. It came on Prime for free. My daughter was watching it. And she was like, "What is this?" And I was like, "Yeah, this is something that I used to watch when I was little." Let's hope that no one believes anything Karen says, because I mean, as we've seen, her story changes like the wind. So let's hope that no one believes the hell she's talking about. And also, she's not going to testify. I don't think there's a chance in hell that Karen Reed ever gets on that stand and testifies. She would be ruined on cross from Hank. Her statements, she's not going to be able to, make her statements work in one cohesive way. And she's not going to be able to remember her lies. I know. I missed you guys this weekend, Carolyn. It sucked. I'll tell you that much. It sucked. I'm not sure, Ethel, if she lied about having cancer or if she ever did have. I have no idea. I can't confirm or deny that in any way. I don't know. Right? Goddamn telemarketers, Anna. I think we're all jaded, Grave. I feel like we're all jaded, right? We're all jaded at this point. And I think it's just because we've seen the realization of the things that have happened in this trial and what could happen to any one of us. And it starts to get to you as a person when you're like, damn, like this could happen to any of us. Like this could literally happen to any of us. Could be harassed into oblivion by a bunch of maniacs. Like just because one person online told them all it's true. I mean, that's absurd. That's just absurd. Just absolutely freaking insane. Like nuts. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. One second, guys. I just got to write something down. All right. Right? We had a lot of snow. We haven't had a lot of snow since then, believe it or not, Trisha. We really haven't. We haven't had that kind of snow since then. So that's the kicker. Yeah, I know. When are we back? Backyardigans. Oh my God, my nephew. He's a little bit younger than my youngest. He's probably 5, I think. 5. Yeah, he's 5. And he loves the backyard, or loved the Backyardigans when he was like 2 and 3. All right. We should be back any second. Any second. So do me a favor and hit the like button. Here we go. Hit the subscribe button. Please help donate to the channel if you can. We really could use the help. We missed Sunday, which is usually our biggest show. So we really need the help. So if you can, it's very more helpful for us. We now have a new link for anybody who wants to do use a card, a debit or credit card. We have a link now for PayPal. You don't have to have a PayPal account. You can use debit or credit. I was in debt.
Thank you.
Figured out how
Yes,
to.
go right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether
Don't feel down. Jackson's making a fool out of himself.
you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sally Port when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Okay, is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark as next in order.
I want to hug him too. Just give him a hug, you know?
Thumb drive.
Yeah, that's a lot of surgeries. I'm not sure if she could have, I mean, who knows? It does feel probable. Don't feel down, Jennifer. There's not much Jackson's doing here to help Karen. I'll tell you that much. And then Brennan on cross.
Stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues. So,
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
Still waiting. I checked this morning.
Okay, now you may display it.
thank you.
Need some green. Green.
Could we play beginning? What's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds,
Here we go.
a little bit further.
He would be sending warnings out on Jackson. You're totally right.
Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sally Port at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sally Port.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I love the Beetlejuice
and as the
cartoon.
video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it,
I love it.
and I'll get to the next question next. As we're
I
looking
want
at
it.
it, it appears
On DVD or streaming, I want
you're
it so
looking at
bad.
the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sally Port back wall,
Okay,
537, maybe.
okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sally Port when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward. correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward?
Yes.
Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. Do you see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle? Do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature
I can't tell.
as compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car? What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
I never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it for him. And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay, do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this forward. Okay, and did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark. I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Wright?
No objection, thank you.
119.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what is this show?
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the the date and time? Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again. Sergeant, let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sally Port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward. Do you see anything in his hand now as his arm?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it appear to be consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let's move forward. And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct?
Right back, guys. Gotta go to the bathroom.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What was left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Changes to that form.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found. Right.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if
Well, let me
that,
ask it a different way.
Hmm.
5:37, 5:35 is before 5:45.
yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about a mile and a half from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please. H.
Thank you. Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the the videos of the interior of the Sallyport, hearkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sallyport garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph. I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. It's a little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Would that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Would it be Chief Berkowitz?
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Can you tell me the date that's on the
I'm back,
the date and timestamp at the bottom?
but I cannot wait for the redirect.
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I
Okay.
take a look at that?
Sure.
Need the light?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Exactly, B. Harley. Exactly. Exactly. Timeline doesn't allow time for this bullshit. Bingo. Just police are coming to a
It
driveway.
appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Yep, exactly.
I
Long
wanted to
before
ask
now.
you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference.
I don't think the jury is going to be
Video.
confused about what the Commonwealth is going to prove, though, Deb. That's the thing. They're going to have a really clear, cohesive timeline with the Commonwealth. So I don't see a hung jury on that. She's already admitted to driving drunk when she shouldn't have been. That's one of the charges. Oh, yeah. They didn't say anything about Berkowitz ahead of time. So you're going to blame Berkowitz? Come on, man.
I can have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Like, come on, man.
Next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered, no.
Exactly. The stretch he's trying to make is not connecting. And why are they using? No, there's no time limit. Why are they using Yuriy for as if he's every MSP officer and every witness?
Your Honor,
That's what they're doing right now.
We present this. Go ahead and play it. pause?
Bingo, B. Harley.
Can you make out, now that that's paused, can
Can't
you
make
make
up
out
What?
what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty?
Exactly.
Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way. Yes.
Okay.
I know.
So there's nothing
Totally
next to the
not
police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
Still making sense, everyone.
That's what it appears to be. Yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp?
Me too,
on
Deb.
this
Me too.
document,
Me
Or
too.
on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is
Hey, Queen.
on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that.
Maybe,
That's
but
the
he's not
timestamp.
most-
Yes.
Okay.
He's
Yes.
not the most important
Yeah.
witness for the Commonwealth.
If you
Maybe
just
for the
play this forward,
defense,
Go back to full screen.
but not for the Commonwealth. This is literally what Trevor just like bullseye right on it. This is the most incoherent rambling of a madman plotting a non-cohesive story of dead people did it and everyone else is in on it with no evidence
Pause.
at all of any
Now,
of that.
How many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
No,
Yes.
it wouldn't be a
What is that?
mistrial if you shut him up.
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp.
They better not have Yuri on for 4 days. It'd be fucking absurd.
What time is that?
5:47 p.m.
So in about,
Exactly, Joy.
according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sally Port to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier of about 5:35, 5:36 or so with you and, I'm sorry, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video. Was it?
It did not present itself, no.
That's all I have now.
Thank fucking God. All he has of rambling nonsense that made nothing. Okay, cool. No, the judge can move him along. It would not cause a mistrial, Michael, to answer your question. Yep, blabbling nonsense is right, JMS. And Karen
Good
Reed.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police
Some.
Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted? And then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Allowing
Yes,
it. Sorry.
the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And the,
Objection, Your Honor.
Allow it.
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
May we approach briefly?
No. Oh my fucking God. Here we go with the endless sidebars. The endless fucking side. He doesn't want them to know that it was already inverted long before this. He wants them to think it's nefarious. He's not going to win this. The judge has to allow Brennan to talk about it on redirect because he talked about it on cross. Like, sorry, not sorry. You talked about it on cross. He has the right to redirect on it. Right? Upside down. That's how it works. Yeah, he took up so much time. Now he's going to object every 5 minutes. Like, this is the, you know, this is 5 or 6. I mean, if you count the one before the first break where they talk for a second, you could technically say 6, but I have 5. Five. Mambo number 5, yeah. This exactly. They proved it was inverted long before John O'Keefe
Jurors,
died.
I'm going to strike
What?
portion of the answer that follows
Why?
hallways of the Canton PD.
Oh my
And
God.
sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce a copy of that.
Exactly. It proves nothing different. Everything in the video still happened, inverted or not. Like, this is what it pisses me off is there should be no argument on Hank's redirect at all. He gets to talk about every single thing that just got talked about on cross. Enough
When
with the
you provided the video for January 29, 2022, for that
Circus
inverted
is
video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
Yeah, 8 in the morning.
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was there video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And is that before January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this.
No objection.
Okay.
Exactly.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sallyport?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sallyport.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mhm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce. I had you look at this before. Introduce it. Do you recognize what that is?
I know. Poor Yuriy, dude. It's been on this stand for fucking ever. Hank hopefully wraps it up today.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Sallyport Videos, the original disc or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
Yeah, she should, Joy, but I highly doubt she will. They do that because, stuff's
When
under
you saw
federal
that dark photograph, you later saw
Oh,
a
what?
picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way,
Agreed.
yes.
You know who
Agreed.
clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
This down. Getting you a zip drive, you know what is on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's Sallyport clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I've moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sallyport? And could you take us to about 5:35?
Yes, which is I don't understand. They didn't let recross happen last time. It's kind of ridiculous. Only if new things are talked about, but she lets him do it anyway, which is just absurd. They're not supposed to recross unless there's new things that were talked about. Yet she's still allowing them to keep going back and forth. It's kind of freaking stupid. No shit.
As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sallyport to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, it did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sallyport video.
Move to introduce this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I would move this into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sally Port?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sally Port.
When you left Dayton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dayton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dayton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sallyport, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department, were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
Don't allow it. Yeah, there it is.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
Did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
When
What?
you were at the Canton Police Department,
Major point. Next question.
were
What
you
the hell?
separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So it was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No,
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes,
Is that typical in an investigation?
yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Nope, you implied
Did
it.
you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No,
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
He can,
Objection, Your Honor.
of course. Too bad.
no, we did not.
No. No, say no. What the may we approach? Like, no, you don't get to argue that sorry it's doing damage to your Yep, 6. You are looking good with 9 freak. Yeah, 6. Number 6. And they're not like 1-minute sidebars today. They're freaking going on and on and on. It's absurd. Like, there is no reason. And I'm like getting tooth pain right now. So like this is my life. Like this is literally my luck. Great. If I wasn't already in enough pain. Wonderful. Oh, F my life, dude. I'm just not having a good last 3 days, I'll tell you that much. I gotta go get Advil. I can't.
Yes.
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe well after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No,
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
no, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you
So,
see
Mr.
where
Brennan,
Mike?
what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Buckenick testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was learned, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buckenick and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like this, Joy.
The Lexus
It's
was
absurd.
brought to the Sallyport. Did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
I just did do the saltwater gargle. It tastes like crap. That's why I'm downing water, but now it hurts bad. I did not have this pain this morning. This is my luck, literally. And she said she would allow it. He objected again. Like, who the hell does he think he is exactly?
Find that one. The right rear taillight.
Exactly. It was raised by him. Brennan has a right to go through it. On redirect. I'm falling apart, Jesse. I'm falling apart. Literally.
While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God. He does make it obvious
Yes,
that
Your
he's
Honor.
trying to hide facts from the jury. Oh my God, this tooth pain.
Show Mr. Jackson.
Oh.
Can I have Exhibit 13 displayed, please?
Okay.
I 100% agree with you,
Do
Joy. I've
remember
never
the police, Ms. Gilman?
anything like it.
Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any
I will
snow
try
in that area
anything to get rid of it. I'll try
Currently,
anything.
no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
Yes, I did.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please? And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow.
Yes,
Did you study that video as well?
yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes,
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the Sallyport?
Objection, Your Honor.
Not formal sustained.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
yes,
I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation. And I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No,
Nicole Albert, were
no,
you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe, did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No,
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
no, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was,
Yes.
and you had worked on a case or some involvement in a case with him.
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time?
I'll sustain it.
Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
I'll allow that.
I did not, no.
At this point, you are how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military,
Yes, I was.
served the president?
Yes.
And so at this point, how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene?
Sustain.
What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Was that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers, well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located and get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Do you know whether or not, were they suspects at this point?
No, they were not.
Did you know whether they were eyewitnesses or differently witnesses?
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event, finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Just whether you knew.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
And what did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you speak to a witness?
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
I'll allow it.
No.
After speaking to the witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital to make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave with you with relative to your investigation?
I'll allow that.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
I'm going to strike that last part.
After coming to the conclusion, or strike that, after making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those were in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes, majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Sustained.
What was that based on?
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
And what was that information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got to Dighton, and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle, my focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home or her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
On the couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
We can approach.
Sorry, guys, my friend got here and I didn't realize we were on one of these. All right, let's see. Oh, well, they're still on a sidebar. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that freaking amazing? I don't have quick release. I took ibuprofen, liquid-filled soft gels, 200 milligrams. I took 2 of those for now. Oh, my God, don't talk about root canals. It already hurts, which means I'm going to have to chew with the other side of my mouth today. I know I missed a bunch of comments. I apologize. You fell asleep again, Grave? Unacceptable, sir. Unacceptable. No sleeping on jury duty. Not allowed. Sorry. Let's see. Can't get in the blue package is a really good tooth numbing gel. I have to look into that one, Joy, because it came out of like left field and I can feel it like right in my gum line. And it feels like it's that broken tooth that I've had back there for a while, but it feels like another piece kind of chipped off maybe a little bit. And that's what is hurting. It's like there's nothing left to the tooth anyway, way back there. Viral conspiracy hugs. I like conspiracy hugs. Conspiracy bathrooms, conspiracy dog poop, conspiracizing. Yeah, number 7. Oh, shit. I almost forgot to write the tally mark on that. Number 7. Number 7. Ooh, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you want to donate to the channel. That'd be super helpful. We now have a link for anybody who wants to use credit or debit. We don't even have to
Thank you.
have you have any
Trooper, to get back to my question, when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
Fight.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back. So I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes.
How long do investigations continue for?
Until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case, did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he
he?
participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Guarino, I saw it.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
That was about 10 days after the incident.
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of 3, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those will be reflected in my police report,
Would your police report potentially refresh your recollection?
potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you a document, I do not want you to read from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
After reviewing your report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022 about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information was provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Same protocol that I mentioned before. Take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute here on this one.
Sidebar. This is fucking wild. What is that? 7 or 8? 8? We're at 8?
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police, were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and were attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert.
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on a Lexus, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know. And yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And when
was.
you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Did you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him.
Going to allow it. Oh, remember that the statement is not being offered for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form the case.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of evidence that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Do you remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
I attribute tooth pain and childbirth to be the same
When
thing,
we
in my
went through
opinion.
that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
I'll allow that.
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
That was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do. 7-13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
No objection.
Can you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is one large piece of plastic, red in color, one small piece of red plastic, and one piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show. This one's labeled 22-02-184 7-13 as the bag, and this is letter number or a letter labeled A as an alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022. This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo. This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please? Let's take one at a time, please.
7-14 and 7-15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Thank you.
Regarding 7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on February 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir. Appears to be a variety of wax, like stamp bags, as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled 714 and then A. This here is B. This here is C. And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just
Okay.
describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
If you can rebag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 715 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Were 714 and 715, the two separate bags, both found on February 11, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Give it 1:30.
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir. This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A. This is two pieces of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me. This is a canister labeled debris collection with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a
I agree,
canister as
Bree.
opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic bag? Is there a reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
Thank you.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but
Very well. If you can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. I'd like to go to that last day.
that would be the 18th, I believe, of February.
And do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please? It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
More evidence. I agree with you, Anna. I do think that they will return a guilty verdict, and quickly this time, at least on one or two of the charges out of the three.
Yes, sir.
While we're waiting for him to open that, do me a favor and hit the like button. There's 456 of you between two platforms. And 6 hours and 28 minutes in. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it'd be very helpful. We need your help on that. That's what we rely on. We don't have monetization. So
This
piece
one's
of tail
labeled
light,
B.
y'all. Piece of tail light B. We have a link for you, debit and credit people who don't have any
Here we
payment.
have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No, no.
Do you know where those labels and the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation. Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf. And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You earlier mentioned that the tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sallyport. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Okay.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sallyport?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location or depth or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to it reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
I have to go over and get it.
We don't have it.
I
I'm sorry.
just read across.
My apologies.
No, no, it's okay. Sure.
Thank you.
I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can. When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
If I could have 99C. And could we now have 99D? Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if you could turn the lights on and take that down. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of the bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at the back of the pants, please? As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Yes, the grass stains on the left,
Objection.
the appearance of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute, transferring staining onto his pants.
Are you, or do you know from your investigation the amount of snow that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2022?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe's pants. I have just a few final questions for you, Trooper Buckenick.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate, or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Did you in fact vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone, from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Or that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification, I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit. Identification number is that? My apologies, I'll need to look, I don't know the number offhand.
I think the clerks might have it.
It's marked for identification.
No, it's actually marked. It was EE now.
Oh, it was introduced?
It was.
I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 150. As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you find any?
Hold on.
Thank you. Trooper Buckenick, did you find any evidence in the conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Proceed. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So,
Trooper Buckenick, when you studied the materials, the conversation, communications between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
sure.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins in your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
My
At
God.
his lawyer's house.
Come on, Alan.
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Do you find that unusual?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
No.
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because he wasn't in custody, correct?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you're investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder John O'Keefe. Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him about a girl he was interested in? Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you. You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
Okay, so, well, text messages, 100% speak for themselves. You'll agree that showed that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't one-sided.
At times there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to reach out, right? Everybody's got to reach out to somebody. First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long and sending a text that said, well?
Objection.
Might that change things?
I don't know what Mr. Higgins' state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look. We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
After weeks of communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message, well, after having been intoxicated, you see that, detective, as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see it.
Did you explore that possibility when you got all these text messages?
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. Did you see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside. Or come here.
Very reasonable, since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did it look, in your opinion, that was just a, hey, let's go.
Oh my God, Whitney, yes, unfortunately.
Hey, come outside.
I love you guys so much.
Or let's step outside.
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together, right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer do you think?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me probably 10 minutes.
Okay. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break it 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think
Don't make him come back for 10 minutes, bro.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation.
Oh God, just shut him up.
You're aware that, according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong, and you intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, right?
Objection.
Is that something that you, it's beyond the scope, so move along.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red taillight.
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to
I agree.
Jenny
The judge
McCabe,
kind of stopped right at 4. It's kind of a
originally,
bad look. Annoying.
interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we
As a matter
interviewed.
of fact, the day.
That day, yes.
4:10-ish.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report
Okay.
from
In that
earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago,
Yes.
and you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that was an apparent grass stain, and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared. Yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from, or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like that.
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains, correct?
Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt,
Could be.
could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
They look brown. Stains look brown, doesn't it?
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask you if you've ever dragged anybody. You've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator, right? Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
Or if he was being dragged and he had something in his pocket, or being dragged at an angle. Being dragged through a crease spot that was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate forensically what those stains actually were.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it is.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive form here, I can't.
You've heard of beer muscles. That's a common phrase, right?
Never heard that before, no.
Beer guts? Ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage.
Even better. What does liquid courage mean?
Giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Jackson?
I'm trying, Judge. I won't be much longer. You had evidence that Brian Higgins had been drinking most of the afternoon and evening that or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to the waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at Gesundheit. At the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you
time-
give me a reference when at the
Sure.
time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th, and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mhm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay, and you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation at any time?
Interview him?
Talk to
No.
him about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone?
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Garino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Garino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
That it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question. As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at 12:32:16 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
I am not, Your Honor.
So the answer is,
The answer was,
No, I'm not aware of that.
all right. All right. Chairs, I appreciate you staying late, so Trooper Buckenick, you do not have to return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Thank you.
folks, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow night.
The rest of the jury.
So it's that.
All right, well, that's it, I guess. Like, that was just like a big fat see you later, bye, done. Like, I know, poor Yuri. Well, at least he doesn't have to come back again, you guys. If that was like a 4 days, I think that would have been that poor fucking guy. Yuri is free.
He's a dick. That's like, that's hard.
That's 4 days would have been excessive. That would have been excessive. I don't think I've seen anybody on a stand that long. Like, usually, maybe a day, 2, maybe 3, you're creeping, but 3 and then going into 4, 1. Yeah, 1. It was only 1. It wasn't even like 2 days for Proctor last time, anything from John DePetro. No, I don't see anything, but also I did not look. Wait a second. What's happening? Hold on. What is this? I'm not understanding. Okay, cool. I don't know what that was, but it's giving us the fan again for some weird, awkward reason, but they're done. So Mr. Fanny fan. That's right. We're in a sidebar. Oh, hold on. Sidebar music. Please hold. Why are we in a sidebar? This is supposed to be over. What's happening? See, I go in the other room for 1 fucking minute. This is ridiculous. This is absurdity. This is 9, so I guess Freak got it right on the nosy noser nays. You guessed it, Freak, at 9. And I highly doubt they're going to be doing like another one before this ends. So I guess Freak hit it right on the nose at 9. Yeah, you guessed it. He's a good guess. He guessed good. Yeah, that would be, so that's the thing, guys. The niece and nephew would be tomorrow. So like, they'll start court. So we'll be here in the morning, but I'm not sure how much we'll get out of the day. So here's the plan I have, right? If there isn't anything out of like the morning, like if they decide that they're going to do all that in the morning, what we'll do is we'll do some commentary and then we'll wait. And if it comes back, we'll come back, you know? I know I'm muted. I'm talking to somebody off camera, guys. We're just kind of waiting. Waiting. Say hi, Tracy. I know I'm muted. I know half the time I forget to unmute myself, so I appreciate it though, guys. But John DePetro, Yuri's been on the stand since Thursday, and Jerry finds him very credible as a trusted member of the state police with a job to do. Well done. Well, that was 1 hour ago. I'll be on live catch up tomorrow, and we'll see an hour so before work on Wednesday, then full catch up afterwards. That's okay, because replay crew is super important on the channel because we need the algorithm to pick it up. And when you guys leave like comments on the video after it's not live anymore, that's when, so when there's more comments and more likes on the video afterwards, that's when like the algorithm, you know, decides it's going to pick it up and push it out to like recommend it or whatever it does to other people. Can an octopus eat crab legs? I don't know, but it's as speculative as AJ's crap. I fucking love you, Joy. I don't know. Can they? Is that like that? Now we need to know. Now it's a now. Now we need to know, Joy. We need to know if that can happen now. Like Anna says, crab legs, of course. I know. I mean, you would think that they would have left for the day. I mean, it was supposed to end. The judge, he said 10 minutes. Like, what sidebar could you possibly need right at this moment at 4:18? Okay, do me a favor. While we're waiting, okay, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can help out the channel, make your last minute donations because we're going to wrap this up after this is done. I'm going to go shortly thereafter. So get them last minute donations in real quick. I'll read them before we go, before this is over. We can show some clips tomorrow morning before court.
Yes, octopuses can and often do eat crab legs and crabs in general. They are carnivores and include crustaceans like crabs, lobsters, and shrimp in their diet.
An octopus can eat crab legs. We just found out. We just found out.
Octopuses use a combination of their strong arms and a hard beak, even a specialized bradula or ribbon-like tongue to break open the shells and access the meat.
Oh, she is nizzle. Well, we have the answer because we needed to know. Since you asked the question, Joy, we got the answer. She needed to know. I might call Aperture next too, but I know that the kids were, I think, in line after Yuri. So Let me also read we had a $13.76 donation from, okay, it's over again. From Jack earlier. Jack, I appreciate you, my friend, very, very much. Just checking now to make sure there's nothing else I need to read. I don't think there is. It's been slow, so I apologize. I don't want to miss anything for anybody. Well, I think I love you. I love you all. I love all your faces. You should watch the octopus at the Seattle Aquarium. She has broken out. Oh, she is old. Well, she must have wanted to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, she must have wanted to go. Join our Discord if you already haven't. We have some great chit chat over there. Funny jokes, funny memes, pet pictures, all sorts of We're so random. We're so random, but I love that we're so random. I just absolutely love how random we are. I love your stinking faces. So do me a favor. And when you donate, we're no longer live, I will read it in the morning. We'll be here at 8:30, of course, as we always are. We'll play some clips. I think it's a good idea. We'll play a couple clips from today in the morning tomorrow. Catch you guys up. Yes, Discord is an app, but you can use it online too. So it doesn't have to, you don't have to use the app. You can also use it on like a computer or like your browser on your phone. So it's one or the other. So we will drop the Discord link, Discord link in the chat. And we will also drop the new link that we have for anybody who wants to donate just credit or debit, because we didn't have that option before and people kept asking because they don't have payment apps. And it does go to my business PayPal. So therefore, if you're a different country, you can also work it. We also have Revolut for you guys who are in different countries. So don't you worry. We get rid of that. I don't know what happened there. We're just going to boop. We're going to remove that. Boop. Okay. So we have that. We can put all that stuff in the chat. I will see you guys at 8:30 in the morning. We'll go over some of the stuff we saw today, talk about what's going to happen going forward. There are some other witnesses coming forward I'm going to talk about tomorrow that are going to be soon in the trial. So I will see y'all in the morning. Yeah, Vinny's bullshit. Yeah, I can't do Vinny's bullshit. We can't do that. But I love your stinking faces, and I will see you then, okay? Love you. Bye.